Hey y'all, Almondeyez 78. I am back. Let's go ahead and get into this coverage and see what has been going on. It's been a lot happening at the convention.
At the fact, he said to me, just a half inch or even a quarter inch, and it would have been entirely different. He could have been killed, but he said he just happened to turn to look at his screens, the screens showing images off to the side of the stage, and that's when the bullet went by. And if he hadn't made that turn, he was like marveling at this notion, he could have been killed in an instant.
And I think everybody has recognized that from actually watching the video. And it's extraordinary, Martha, what we've learned today in the investigation involving the suspected gunman, obviously taken down at the site, the 20-year-old on that rooftop. The video that has emerged, we showed it on World News Tonight. Now we know the gunman actually scaled the outside of the building where law enforcement was actually staging inside the building. That was an incredible thing to learn today. And that he had been on the roof for a period of time, and people actually pointing to him.
86 minutes, probably longer. The video that you see is about that long.
86
seconds.
Yeah.
But he had people around him pointing, saying, there's a guy up on the roof. You see a police officer in that video kind of just wandering around. Those are the huge questions that the Secret Service is going to have to answer about why it took so long for that counter sniper, that Secret Service counter sniper, to focus in on a man on the roof who should not have been there with a rifle. And 48 hours ago, that was just 2 days ago that happened. And I just want to say a couple of words about the adult children of Donald Trump as well. They didn't know how he was. They weren't watching that video. They did not see it. They were elsewhere. And I kept thinking of the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan when he waved, when he got into that car in 1981. But then you later learned he had been shot and was pretty seriously injured. So when even I saw that video and saw Donald Trump, it took a while before you really knew that he was okay. So for those adult children, that Eric and Don Jr. and Tiffany and Ivanka and whoever else was watching, they didn't know right away whether he was okay. And when they came in here tonight, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, extraordinary change, obviously, in energy and in tone, the smiles and the excitement of putting their father over the top. But that certainly doesn't erase for them the extraordinary sort of roller coaster that the family has been on the last couple of days.
And that threat continues. When I checked into the hotel today, we were all told to stay in our rooms. I happened to be in the lobby, and a huge assault team came in because apparently a helicopter had seen someone on the roof. And SWAT teams came in and they were all charging upstairs, and it turned out to be an air conditioning man.
HVAC, right? HVAC on the roof.
HVAC on
here
the
in
roof.
Milwaukee.
But everybody is on a hair trigger. They don't want anything else to go wrong. They are very, very vigilant right now and worried.
Let's bring in Pierre Thomas, our senior justice correspondent. Pierre had an exclusive interview with the head of the Secret Service. And Pierre, we were all, it left us.
Let's see what he got to say.
To hear from the head of the Secret Service that she as well was shocked and that it was unacceptable in looking back at how that played out on Saturday.
David, I was struck by that answer too. She had a human response that, like all Americans, she was shocked. She confirmed some of the details from our reporting that there was actually local law enforcement in the building where the sniper shooter got on top of the building, somehow did not notice them. You can tell that she's deeply concerned about what took place. I asked her if she should stay at the job. She says she wants to stay at the job. She's aware that some members of Congress are calling for her to step down. So, David, I think she also realizes that she has to take swift action. She talked about the fact that she's not going to wait on an independent review to take place. She's already making some changes. One thing we learned today, David, is that they've already augmented Trump's security by bringing in additional tactical or SWAT teams, David.
Mm-hmm.
And Pierre, did she acknowledge to you the calls that serious questions be answered, that her job is now on the line?
She actually absolutely did, David. And we pressed her again.
That makes sense.
At one point I said, this can't happen. And she agreed that it could not happen. As you said, David, she said that the buck stops with her. I said, who's responsible for this? She said the Secret Service is responsible, and ultimately she's responsible for what took place.
Pierre Thomas with us as well. And Martha, there are going to be serious questions going forward. We have all covered rallies of that size, what we saw there in Pennsylvania, and really on both sides. You heard President Biden come out publicly right away addressing the nation, saying he's instructed the Secret Service that they have every resource at hand to continue to keep Donald Trump safe moving forward. He instructed them to do a thorough review of the rally, a thorough review of the convention where we are right now, and that he would make the answers to what happened in Pennsylvania public. Very clear that the security situation going forward on both sides, the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, will be up significantly.
Hey, take
and
me.
you
How you
can
doing?
see that already. You can sense that. You know when you walk around in the Secret Service. I mean, it's almost like, yeah, we know you guys are trying harder now, but we should also say that the reaction to what happened,
it's a lot that went wrong that should not have gone
getting
wrong.
shot and that bullet grazing his ear. We all saw the Secret
We let
Service
some basic principles
protecting
they left them by the wayside,
in
and this man almost
within
died.
the perimeter, leap on that
And
stage,
we actually had someone
risk their own lives, and
die.
put him down on that stage. And again, that iconic moment, raising up his fist. You know, I've been around a lot of people who've been shot in war zones. I have not seen anything like that with someone totally focused on getting up and saying, fight, fight, fight. That is what was in his mind. Those are terrifying situations. Any kind of gunfire, any kind of in a battle zone, you all know that's where.
I mean, but again, if you are out trying to convince people to elect you to be the leader of the free world, you can't crumble under pressure and have it on video worldwide
at rallies in this country, given you know the deep divide in the country, all the violent rhetoric, not just Trump rallies, but political rallies across the board, that something like this can happen. And you know, Trump is somebody who likes his people up close. We remember on January 6th, he was mad that people couldn't get through the magnetometers to get closer to his speech on the ellipse. I was with him at a speech in Iowa just before the midterms when he said, I want more people up close. Why those barricades there? The Secret Service had erected the barricades, and he had his people remove the barricades so people could get closer to the stage. You can imagine, you know, how nerve-wracking that was to somebody who's responsible for the security.
Y'all seen Corona, right?
And you have to know
talking about her
Trump
family
migrating. Thinking about that a lot as he moves forward in this campaign. Every time he gets up on one of those
Joe
stages.
and them don't realize. They bring the people over here and they migrate and they get on.
Prime time, 10 p.m. Eastern on the network itself. We'll be right back after a break. ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee.
That's the part they seem to forget about.
ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention
well, what did she
from
say?
Milwaukee will continue in a moment.
Y'all be on a little commercial break. So what do y'all think so far? Like, what do y'all think about the VP choice and the speaker so far for tonight? I mean, I personally was a little bit shocked with the Vance selection, but I kind of understand where they were coming from. Oh.
Well, I was actually hoping that he was going to choose Carson for his VP. I understand why he did Vance. He's trying to get some of that Midwestern vote, you know, and also he wanted a pit bull, and Vance is a pit bull, which may turn out to be a good thing, where he don't have to be the pit bull. He can just let Vance do it, just sit back and chill. So it's going to be interesting. But all in all, it really doesn't matter who he picks. He already had it locked up, you know.
Yeah, this is true.
So I was hoping for a woman, particularly a black woman from the Midwest or something. Or I like Carson. So, and that would have helped him, black vote, the black male vote. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. But I mean, what I'm trying to think, what black woman could he have chosen?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking last night. I think me and Red Illusion was talking about it last night for briefly. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. And it didn't matter. As long as she was from the Midwest and black, that's all we needed from her. It really didn't matter.
Well, yeah, that's true.
They could have went and snatched somebody up off the corner. You know, hey, you want to work?
True.
Work
here you go.
Here in Milwaukee, the convention hall. As you can see, the crowd gathered here. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention hall. We will bring that to you live the moment we see him enter this hall. We did see late today J.D. Vance, his pick for vice president, the junior senator from Ohio. J.D. Vance actually giving an interview to Fox News just a short time ago, and I'd love a reaction from the team here and also from our contributors who are joining us, Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, Governor Chris Christie as well.
Did she talk to him last
stand
night?
by for this, Reince
Christie
Priebus.
Queen.
Actually, J.D. Vance, and you knew, Reince, this question was coming. He was asked by Fox about him saying, I was a never Trumper guy, prompting Vance to laugh. He said, he was a great president and he changed my mind because he delivered that peace and prosperity. This is going to be a question that J.D. Vance gets over and over again.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And but he'll hit it out of the park. He will figure out, his stride, and he'll have to answer that question. But I think, his posture over the last several months.
She got a new baby.
There's a lot of people who were never Trump back in 2016, and they've come around. And
that would have just made black women hate him more.
Others have gone the other direction. So I don't see this as a.
They would actually have a real reason to hate him at that point.
Reince, what do you make of this notion that I'm aware of what he has said? And J.D. Vance himself has said, I'm a convert. Donald Trump, as John pointed out,
he should have dug up Omarosa.
He does like believers, but he also really
herself
likes converts
being
as well.
mad.
Yeah, I don't know what he likes more,
that
the
would have been
believer
a
from the
makeup,
beginning or the convert later. I think he does like those converts, and he loves winning people over, and he does want
that would have been newsworthy for real.
Affirmation that,
but it still ain't too late to give her
what he believes in, and so he loves that.
True.
And we all do in life, I guess, but certainly getting someone who was a never Trumper, who said some of the things he said, to come around and say, I want to be Donald Trump's running mate. He's come a long way.
He talked shit.
Governor Chris Christie, what do you make of this choice of J.D. Vance?
He said, make America wealthy again. I need one of them.
Look, I think it's a base choice.
I need some cash.
I think that Donald Trump's feeling very confident right now, feeling like Joe Biden and the Democrats are doing the work for him. And that he doesn't have to reach out through this presidential choice. And what he wanted to do was do what he wanted, which was to get someone who he believed was going to be undyingly.
Yeah, and I'm like, that wasn't going to work.
The first and most important test for Donald Trump was someone who will say what he wants them to say when he wants them to say it. And J.D. Vance has passed that test, as Reince just pointed out, over the last number of years. And so I think it's a pretty unsurprising choice. In fact, I really think the ones that were floated as the two other finalists were just, such unlikely picks that it looked to me like it was J.D. Vance.
I like Chris Christie.
What do you make of the ticket itself? Do you think it's a strong one? Can they beat President Biden, Kamala Harris?
Okay.
He's a Republican.
Right now, Joe Biden is doing a great job of beating himself. And so I think Trump, I had a political science professor, David, who said to me, when your opponents in the midst of killing themselves, don't murder them. The result is the same. And politically, Joe Biden, through his debate performance and subsequent public performances on ABC here with George Stephanopoulos and other performances, just doesn't look like he's up to the job. And so I think Donald Trump's biggest challenge is going to be not to get in the way of Joe Biden losing this election. And so the ticket itself is fine.
Yeah,
but I think really
we talked about that
relatively
last night.
unimportant at this moment. The focus is on whether Joe Biden is competent to be president of the United States till he's 86 years old. And that's a decision that Joe Biden's going to have to make. And the Democrats are sitting around and waiting for him to make.
Up to the challenge.
So the ticket, I think, is relatively unimportant at the moment, given the performance of Joe Biden.
Really interesting. Governor Chris Christie, great to have you back with us. I want to take that to Donna Brazil, also an ABC News analyst, obviously. has been with the Democratic Party and a huge advisor to them for many, many years. And Donna, what do you make of what Chris Christie just said? This is really right now about President Joe Biden and whether or not he's up to 4 more years of being president.
I think if you listened to Joe Biden last week in Joetown, you heard a president who talked about the future. He didn't talk about the things he did yesterday. He told the American people, here's how I intend to continue the job. Now, I know it's hard to believe that someone at 81 can continue to throw the ball down past the 50-yard line, but I have to believe tonight that the contrast will become even clearer. Someone who had a midlife conversion from a never Trumper to someone who found an epiphany. Was it on January 6th? Because, J.D. Vance is an election denier. Was it after the Supreme Court overturned Roe? Because he doesn't believe in exceptions for the life of the mother. This is going to be a tight race. And while Joe Biden's performance didn't give everybody, reason to go out and get some champagne, Joe Biden, I still believe, can beat Donald Trump in November.
Do you think that J.D. Vance is a strong pick on the Republican side? Will it be a challenge to go up against this Trump-Vance ticket for President Biden and for Kamala Harris? And how clear are the dividing lines? Will it be, as you say, on abortion rights in this country, on his stance on January 6th?
So first of all, I don't think people were worried about going to the clinic no more.
You have all of the video, when you have the tapes, when you have someone with a Yale education, someone who's super smart, make the case about Donald Trump over the last 5 years. Again, I don't know when the conversion and epiphany happened, but here's what I do know. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are up to the task. They're ready to fight. And yes, we've had
you gonna get over and fight for them, Donna, because so far it ain't looking good.
Protection plan or a battered women's shelter because of the number of donors and lawmakers who've been concerned. I do believe that the fundamentals are still there, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris can carry on the victory in November.
Donna Brazil, stay with us, as well as Chris Christie here. We have another hour and 15 minutes or so of coverage here. And the 10 o'clock hour in prime time, Mary Bruce is traveling with the president, our chief White House correspondent. She's in Las Vegas tonight. And Mary, there was reaction right away from the president on the selection of Donald Trump to have J.D. Vance as his running mate.
Mm-hmm.
David, the president said that J.D. Vance is a clone of Donald Trump when it comes to his policies. The Biden campaign saying that J.D. Vance is going to bend over backwards to do everything he can to enact what they described as Donald Trump's extremist agenda. The Biden team is very eager to point out what they think are those policies, including, as Donna just mentioned, J.D. Vance's positions on abortion. They have been criticizing him and highlighting the fact that Vance has been critical of exceptions to abortion laws for incest and rape survivors. J.D. Vance once saying that
why y'all keep on talking about that? Because if you go and look at
right, and that even if the circumstances are quote somehow
almost 99% of women who
point out that J.D. Vance has said he would not have certified the results of the 2020 election.
Have those
children. We did see Vice President Kamala Harris reach out
to
J.D. Vance. She left him a voice message. Didn't actually pick up that phone call, but she said she wanted to welcome him.
Trying to be upset about. Get some real numbers and let's talk about that.
Message. She was hopeful that they'd be able to meet on the debate stage in the coming weeks. We are told that J.D.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about
over a 50-year period.
Senator Marsha Blackburn, thank you, Mary, from Tennessee, has just taken to the podium. Let's listen here at the Republican National Convention.
That's what I'm saying.
Bordeaux medals. By the end of the Obama-Biden administration, high taxes, massive government spending, and over-regulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts, Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better.
Okay.
But Bidenomics was a 4-letter word for Bordeaux medals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply. driving electricity prices up over 29%.
Yeah, let's not talk about the $250 bill electric bill I got to pay
walked
on
into
Friday.
office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know? And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump.
Okay, y'all.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's the left-wing code for you got to pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts.
There we go. Okay. That's Southern F you.
They couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hardworking Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald
I'm down for that.
Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a Black female owner of Great Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next president of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
Okay.
Marsha Blackburn, Tennessee. There on the stage. It's our
Hey, Eric, how you
understanding that
doing?
Donald Trump is now in the building here at the Milwaukee Convention Center. There you see J.D. Vance, his pick as a running mate. We saw
Has
earlier some
anybody
images
read his
coming
book
in
or watched
already
the
of the
movie
campaign
adaptation
plane.
of the book?
His name being added. You've seen it on some of the handheld sort of placards and posters here in the convention. So people have
Yo,
written
dude,
in,
I'm sorry. Dude look like he
Trump
smell like,
Vance,
ooh, y'all. He look like
on
he's
their
smelling
signs,
good.
getting
I hate to
ready
have
for
to,
the
I'm gonna have
campaign
to
ahead
fly
in this
through.
final sprint
I'm gonna have
to
to fly
November.
through down in South Carolina.
Keep in mind, there you see right there, and the artistry inside this convention hall on full display.
I'm gonna have to pull up. We got to go down the slow ride.
You can't overstate
got to get on down there.
how important it will be for the people who are gathered here in Milwaukee to see who they're here for. Donald Trump, just moments away here, John Carl, and the first time we've seen him since really the country and the world witnessed what happened on Saturday.
Yes, and David, you're going to see a triumphant Donald Trump. Think about the 2.5 weeks or so he has had. He had the debate, which was such a disaster for Joe Biden, followed by Democrats coming out to actually call on Biden to get out of the race. He had the Supreme Court immunity decision, which seemed to do away with the much of the special counsel's investigation. He had the ruling today in Florida, which did throw out, at least for now, the special counsel investigation into the classified documents case. He had the attempted assassination attempts in his, rally-inducing
Trump been picking up
where
a major
with
win
a
from
bloody
that
face, he raised his arm and has become such a rallying cry here. He had Elon Musk just tonight has promising to start a new super PAC and to spend upwards of $45 million per month between now and November.
Extraordinary move. And he came out right after the attempt on Saturday and said, I fully endorse Donald Trump. That was a big move for the Trump campaign. And obviously they have tried to reach out to tech in general, but Elon Musk, obviously at the very top of that list.
But you have 2.5 weeks that have utterly transformed this campaign for Donald Trump.
You're looking at Don Jr. right now, beaming in that audience of supporters for his father, Eric Trump, Lara Trump, who now leading figure in the RNC, as we all know.
No, they need to be
they
the
were
name
about
of
to
the
see their
documentary.
father appear before these supporters in the hall for the first time since his life was almost taken on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. Obviously, he informed
they said she was there
country
earlier.
shortly
I think
thereafter
she's
that he
there.
was fine. President Biden reached out to the former president. Both sides have said that call was a good one. I'll see you at the top of the hour with the entire team on the ABC network.
All right. You got a second or two. What y'all think? Trump, like I said, Trump been getting some major wins the last couple of days. I mean, at this point, do you think there's anything that he himself would do to mess this up?
I mean, it's possible, but like somebody said earlier, one of these commentators said it earlier, just step out of the way and let Biden keep killing himself. Don't even interrupt him. I wouldn't even address Biden no more. I wouldn't even address him. I would just go on and assume I'm going to win this thing. That's how I'd handle it.
Okay, Eric, you don't think there's anything he can do? Okay.
I mean, he could talk too much. So, and give Biden the opening. So no, I would
give me an example.
Well, like with this abortion thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's an Achilles heel. And I wouldn't even, that hasn't been part of the conversation at all lately.
Right.
So don't even do no mudslinging with that to give Biden the opening.
Okay.
Don't even give that opening. Well, Biden got something to talk about now.
Okay. So, well, yeah, like I said, so far, you know, saying Trump himself hasn't said anything about that. It is his new VP, his running mate, the one that like to have that conversation. So, are we gonna get to a point where, you know, saying somebody in the camp tells him to shut the hell up, or are they just gonna let him do what he been doing?
Well, I don't really think it matters what the VP says too much. I mean, you very rarely hear from the VPs. I mean, we ain't heard from Kamala in 4 years. You know what I mean? You very rarely hear from the VPs.
Look at National Convention
Well,
right
first,
here
we got
in
nothing to
Milwaukee.
say, so-
ABC News coverage in prime time. The audience just erupting into applause. They have shown that Donald Trump is waiting just behind the scenes here to make his first appearance after what the country witnessed on Saturday. Our coverage starts right
He's
now.
played this already.
This
Initially,
is
I
an
wanted him to
ABC
come out
News special.
speak when he got off
Right
the
now,
airplane.
Republicans come together in
But being that he
Milwaukee
didn't do that, he
to
ain't
make
said
their
nothing
case
really
to
nowhere
America
but on
and
Twitter.
officially nominate Donald Trump
So this is about
and
to be the
his
first
new
time I'm
running
telling you
mate,
they about to
Senator
go
J.D.
crazy.
Vance, to take on
And he gonna hold that
President
fist up. That's gonna be
in
his
the
new thing.
race for the White House. The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting David Muir.
Good evening from the Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee, where it's already been a consequential day. I want to show you right over my shoulder here. You can see the stage here in Milwaukee and a large video screen. Donald Trump waiting to come out. You can see actually a bandage over his right ear, obviously a sign of what happened on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. The assassination attempt, that bullet grazing his ear.
I knew he was gonna have that ear bandage
tonight.
up.
This will be his first public appearance since the attempted assassination during that campaign a little more than 48 hours ago.
Is there any
He
way
will
you
be
could blow
welcomed
up
here,
the
of
top
course,
screen?
by thousands of delegates who just
Make it
hours
bigger?
ago officially cemented him as the Republican presidential candidate for them. Donald Trump also announcing his running mate late today, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Vance and his wife, Usha, greeted by the crowd early today.
Please
Let's
welcome
take
the
you to the
next
floor
president
and
of
let's
the
listen
United
as they welcome
States,
him to the stage.
Donald J. Trump.
Well,
If
listen to him.
things were wrong, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start
Donald
again.
Trump waving to the crowd. Obviously, the bandage, as I mentioned, on his right ear.
He should have came out there. Who shot
It's
you?
very interesting.
Nah,
They
it's
erupted
you can't
into
do that.
applause when they saw that he was going to walk out. But this crowd is remarkably quiet right now, Lindsay Davis, as they watch and see Donald Trump for the first time.
We've heard so many of the speakers tonight talk about the power of prayer and that prayer works. And I think that there is that sentiment there as you see many people with their hands outstretched, like you might see it on a Sunday morning at any given sanctuary of a church. And he seems even a little more solemn. Like prior to him coming out, I would have said, look, that the intensity, the excitement and anticipation was palpable, but now a total change really seems reminiscent of a Sunday morning.
John Carl, who spoke with the former president late today, he was very honest with you about that moment, what it felt like as the bullets were flying past him. He recognized certainly the gravity of the situation he had just been in.
He was marveling at the fact that if he had turned just an inch, or he said half an inch, even a quarter of an inch, that he could have been killed.
He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States.
Martha Raddatz, this is the first time we've seen the ticket together. Former President Donald Trump and the man he has chosen to run with, J.D. Vance, who, as you know, Martha, for many years was a very vocal critic of Donald Trump. Called himself a never-Trumper and now calls himself a convert.
Said he was a never-Trumper. Early on, he said Trump knows how to diagnose the problem, but he is not good at solutions. And then J.D. Vance says he watched Donald Trump, saw him come up with solutions, saw him, J.D. Vance believes, a very successful term as president, and completely changed his mind. And there you have Donald Trump and his 39-year-old vice presidential nominee. 39 years old, a former Marine, served in Iraq, where he was a public relations Marine. And,
that's why he got so much to say.
Stories on things he was seeing. He said that experience changed his life. Vance made him appreciate his own life. As we know, he was raised in poverty, wrote a book about it. Hillbilly Elegy.
Made him famous, that book. Went to Yale Law School, has now turned to politics. I have to talk about the relative humility and modesty in this moment, John Carl.
The facial expressions, he seems emotional in a way that I don't think I've ever seen Donald Trump quite like that. As if he is taken in by the moment. Again, thinking as he talked to me, he was just marveling at the fact that he came so close to getting to death, and how the people at that rally stayed with him. And when he walked out on the stage, I mean, he almost looks like he's choked up.
But with that fist, David, that fist that we saw, of course, on Saturday, just seconds after a bullet grazed that ear where there is now that bandage.
Oh, here we go.
That is, of course, his iconic move anyway, that fist, but he carried it through even as an assassin tried to take his life, and now tonight. But he does indeed seem more somber, more subdued, taking in this moment.
From Cedar Springs, Michigan.
He seems genuinely moved by the reception inside this hall. Fight, fight, fight has become the theme of this campaign moving forward after that now iconic moment. No matter how you look at it, when he got back up with the help of the Secret Service, and the instincts kicked in that moment to hold his
He didn't need no
fist
help
in the
from the
air,
Secret Service. He was trying to keep him
dripping
down.
his face.
Ain't that part.
And those three words, fight, fight, fight. We've heard it in speeches earlier here this evening. The crowd reacting to it each and every time, and now with Donald Trump.
Girl, don't get no more surgery. Whoever that is back there
Rachel
behind
Scott is
him,
on the floor.
child, don't get nothing else done,
Covered
please.
The Donald Trump campaign. Rachel remarkably subdued and taking in the moment.
48 hours ago,
So I
David,
know he
I
can
was
talk
at
about
that
that, though.
rally
He-
in
Dang.
Butler, and the crowd was screaming in fear and in terror tonight. The former president of the United States, after surviving an attempted assassination, is back before his supporters, and they are chanting the final words that he said before he left that stage: fight, fight, fight.
What you say,
And I'm here
Vance
with
is
Mike.
is
You're a
insurance for
delegate
another attempt
from
to take him out
Pennsylvania.
from the
You were
left.
at that
and
rally. What it
olive
is like
branch to
seeing
the
the former
desperate right.
president
Okay.
back here before his supporters today.
Surreal. I'm glad he's alive. He's here. We're going to fight for him. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Glad he's okay. It's surreal to be here, for him to be here.
I'm Mark Laws, and I live in
I'm
Western
emotional because
Michigan.
I was there. I think God bless America.
I'm
God
not a
bless Donald J.
senator
Trump.
or
He's
governor
fine.
or
He's
some
safe.
other
We're going to move forward.
Mike was just a
But-
few feet away during that rally, just one or two rows away, you
Yeah,
said,
you was there too,
witnessing
remember?
the former president, that assassination attempt, which he now has survived. And now behind me, I mean, David, it felt like the room just stopped. You heard the crowd cheer, but there was also this moment of just silence. Everyone in here taking it all in, seeing the former president with that gauze around his ear, standing next to Senator J.D. Vance, now his running mate in this race, David.
Rachel Scott with us here tonight. Rachel, thank you. And as the audience here in this convention center hears from what the campaign is called Everyday Americans, many of them from the key battlegrounds that will decide this election come November, Donald Trump is now among them, sitting in his seat, and this camera trained on him, showing up here with a bandage to his other ear. Extraordinarily
Miguel, we're not
humble
gonna
as
do
he
that.
entered the room. There you see the bandage right there. A sort of quiet presence, particularly for Donald Trump, to see him take in this crowd. Sitting beside J.D. Vance, who is 39 years old, his running mate right there. He has 3 young children under the age of 10. We know that Vance was on the short list.
Oh,
Don
wow.
Jr. Had encouraged his father to pick J.D. Vance from Ohio. One of the voices leaning in on that particular choice. Marco Rubio on that short list. Governor Burgum on the short list as well. Donald Trump in recent days had said of Marco Rubio, by the way, that if I don't pick him for VP, I'll invite him to be part of the administration, perhaps in the cabinet. So we'll see what happens with that if Donald Trump is successful in his attempt to return to the White House. There you see on the left, this was the scene here late today when J.D. Vance made his first appearance in this convention hall. They had just announced through a tweet from Donald Trump that J.D. Vance would be the running
Now I
mate.
got some questions.
John Santucci, who's covered Donald Trump for many years for us, take us inside the campaign in these final hours. We know J.D. Vance did not have a lot of time to prepare for this moment. He was getting the phone call, did not know whether it was going to be a good one or a bad one, what the message of the call would be. 20 minutes later, Donald Trump made the announcement.
Yeah, just remarkable, David. We're only 20 minutes notice for J.D.
Right.
Vance and
You
his
ain't had time
family's
to do
life
a whole bunch
to
of stuff.
completely change. You know, our team learned, David, that in some ways the campaign was preparing for this. Secret Service actually arriving at J.D. Vance's home in Ohio earlier this morning, help escort the senator and his family here to Milwaukee. And he was calling people saying, has anybody heard anything? I spoke to one source that said, do you guys heard anything? They all were on pins and needles waiting. And you mentioned Donald Trump Jr. there. He himself, I'm told, David, by my sources, was actively working the phone this morning to get his friend on the ticket. Clearly successful, David.
J.D. Vance, who spoke openly, very critical of Donald Trump for quite some time. He had said things along the lines of, I can't stomach Trump. I think he's leading the white working class to a very dark place. I am a never Trump guy. I never liked him. These were the interviews that he gave. He was then pressed by ABC News, John Carl, not so long ago, about this turn, now a supporter of Donald Trump, and now his running mate.
Yeah,
extraordinary turn, but this is politics in America.
Oh, this is
2024.
politics,
Yeah.
and this is certainly politics of the Trump era. And he said when Vance got to know me, he was all in, and that's entirely true. And Vance does have a pretty good answer to this, which is all of the criticism is 2016. So all of the criticism that and it was very harsh criticism that J.D. Vance had, and we're going to hear a lot from Democrats, I am sure, over the next 4 months. But all of it was before Donald Trump was president.
Trump
So
with
now we
emotion
can
that
simply
you
say
normally
that was
never see.
before he was president. He became president. He convinced me. I think he's great. I want to say one other thing, by the way. Trump, in that moment before he came out into the hall, when they showed that video, got one of the biggest applauses when he pointed to the bandage in his ear. He's very aware of the symbolism of that bandage. And today, when I asked him, how are you doing? How is the injury to your ear? His answer to me was, I'm doing fine. And I think the bandage is going to be off by Thursday night when he gives the big speech.
Don't take that off till about Saturday.
Speaking of the speech, I want to bring our audience in as we're looking at this live picture. Donald Trump, obviously, here at the convention center in Milwaukee. John, you asked about the speech. Donald Trump was very honest with you when he said that I had a speech. I'm not going to give that speech. Now, obviously, it's 3 days from now. There's a lot of time between now and then. But he indicated to you that this message that he plans to give has changed given what played out.
He said he had written a speech that was, in his words, a humdinger, meaning it was going to really tear into Joe Biden, tear into the Democrats, be a classic vintage Donald Trump political speech. He said he's thrown it out and written an entirely new speech. He says the focus will now be more on unity. Now, again, it's 3 days from now. I haven't heard a lot of Donald Trump speeches that are focused on unity, but this is a different time for him, and we'll see how long it lasts. But I got to say, the tone of this convention tonight has been strikingly different from any Trump political event that I have seen over the last, since 2016.
I think there's no question about that. And Ron Johnson, the senator from
All he doing
Wisconsin,
is stacking votes.
might be the outlier there because he got up and gave what many would call a relatively dark speech. Martha Raddatz, Ron Johnson then pressed about that afterward and said they had loaded the wrong speech in the prompter.
He said it did not make him happy. It was because the teleprompter had an old speech, but he went ahead and read it anyway. During his speech, Johnson said, today's Democrat agenda, their policies are a clear and present danger to America. What he wanted to say, he said, what he wanted loaded in the prompter was that we needed a somber moment in history. We should heed President Trump's call to unite, to be strong, to be determined. We must heal. He said, I don't know how the other one got in there and screwed up the teleprompter. But again, he went ahead and read it.
I wouldn't have. That's when you do Omaha.
Is loaded
Listen,
correctly.
in broadcasting, we've all been there when
Yes,
the
we
wrong
have.
thing has
Yes,
been
we
loaded into
have.
the prompter. But
I don't
on
think
the
you've
best
ever
of
read
nights,
the wrong one.
we try to be fully aware of what it is.
We try
we're
not to be
reading.
Ron Burgundy and just read what's happening.
Exactly.
You know, looking at him, David, he does look tired.
He does.
I mean, he's not only somber, and I'm sure he is tired after what he's been through in the last 48 hours. But you can kind of see that on his face and his demeanor as well.
he doesn't seem to have the normal energy that we would see typically. I mean, I might describe him as demure or meek and words that we normally don't
He would not want to hear
with
that.
Donald Trump. And when we were looking at that split screen just a little while
Son,
ago
you
from
get back to
Saturday with the
memorize
blood-splattered
the features,
face
man.
and
You
the
got to
fist
worry
pump
about
in
no
the air,
teleprompter.
he really had once again cemented his reputation for being tough, for being that gritty politician that so many people here love. But at the same time, as we say, picture is worth 1,000 words. This video seems to say so much more. Now, who knows how long this will last? Who knows if maybe he's just feeling weary over the last
y'all just want him to
48
cut up.
hours, what has transpired. But
Don't give him what they
quite
want.
something different that we're observing with Donald Trump.
Dare I say he looks human to everyone in this moment. We've all seen what's happened to him. The world has witnessed it. And I think that he has come out here not only as a presidential candidate tonight, but as someone who has been through something truly horrific and has survived it.
Hello. My name is
Amber Rose is now on the stage. Let's listen to her. Model, rapper,
Thank
television
you.
personality, ex-girlfriend of Kanye West.
But most
She's
importantly,
endorsed
I'm a
Donald Trump.
mother.
Let's listen.
My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States.
For real.
Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no
At least
politician
you
and I don't
dressed.
want to be.
I'm gonna say that.
But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time I believed those lies. So I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
No, they ain't about them gay people now, man. We got to be honest about that, man. They are not on that rainbow time.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Yes, yeah.
Really?
I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny.
I
The
bet
First
Trump
Lady
know how to
was
party,
gracious
though. I
and
ain't gonna lie.
smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes.
Now, Amber, you know you ain't doing no cooking now. We ain't gonna do that.
Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much.
Okay, Amber, not bad, not bad at all.
Donald Trump on his feet to applaud Amber Rose, model, rapper, television personality, and Lindsay Davis, who you and I were talking earlier about the number of Black leaders in the first hour here at the convention in prime time. A number of them with similar messages. At one point, saying to the crowd, Donald Trump is not a racist. There was, we were not a racist country. Applause in this convention center. We heard from Amber Rose there in very personal terms how she said, she told her own father, Donald Trump is a racist, and he said he's not. And she urged people watching tonight to do their own research. You can see a real theme here and an effort to reach out to Black and Latino voters across this country. Has been part of the Trump campaign.
Yes, and she has been very clear to say she doesn't consider herself to be Black, but biracial. But definitely this has been a concerted effort to get minority voters, typically voters who are considered to be the backbone of the Democratic Party. And one thing that's interesting when we talk about another convert here, because when she said people have to do their own research, there was actually a cutaway shot of J.D. Vance, who was nodding his head along very eagerly. And when you think about it, you have to go back to 1968 for a Republican candidate for president to get more than 13% of the Black vote. Donald Trump came close in 2020, getting 12% of the Black vote. But we see this is the sixth speaker who has been a person of color tonight, perhaps the first celebrity, you might say, again, trying to get people to have a change of heart about Donald Trump.
Describing herself on that stage as biracial, a mother whose most important role is being a mother and her children. Also talking in very real and relatable terms about going to the grocery store, going to the gas station. I want to bring in Terry Moran, who's on the floor of the convention hall here for us as well. And Terry, even though inflation, we saw numbers in just the last week, easing. We heard from the Fed chair that there could be a rate cut coming, a strong indication that there would be one coming. But this is the central challenge, one of many, for President Biden in trying to make the case that the economy is getting better. Because as you know, Terry, you can say all that, you can present the numbers, but it's really how the American family feels. And Amber Rose put words to that tonight.
Absolutely. She really hit it out of the park on that and on other issues as well. And you could feel this crowd responding to her as she told the story of her conversion. One of the themes that is emerging in this convention is that people who didn't used to like Donald Trump now do. And she talked about it and made inflation a central part of her argument. And there's no question, having lived through the inflation of the late 1970s, which got to 13%. I remember my mother coming home from the grocery store every week, anxious. Inflation is demoralizing. It makes people worry. It grinds them down. And one of the things you hear here is that people want to go back to a time when they had more money in their pocket, and Americans are spending more per month. They're making more per month, but things are more expensive today than they were when Biden took office. And it is an effective argument, especially when made from someone who, is so relatable to them, at least in the way she presented herself as a convert to Trumpism. And you do hear people talking about how inflation is so important to them and how they weren't with Trump in 2016 or 2020 and are now. It's a huge driver, and they know it.
No question about it. inflation, the driving issue, the economy, gas prices in this country, what families are paying at the grocery store. And obviously, one of the other key issues on full display here tonight, as we look at Donald Trump in that screen there, next to him is J.D. Vance, as we pointed out, 39 years old, his pick for a VP, very young. And even Donald Trump has said in recent years, there he is right there, Speaker Johnson also to J.D. Vance's left there, that the pick for vice president isn't all that important. And that was the message before. But now, in light of what we witnessed on Saturday, in light of what we're seeing in the Biden campaign, the focus on age, the performance in that first debate, and I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, into this conversation because, Mary, the role of vice president and the VP pick playing an outsized role in this presidential election. When you look at J.D. Vance, there'll be an intense focus on his stance on abortion rights, his stance on the 2020 election on January 6th, whether he would have certified the election. There's going to be intense focus on Kamala Harris and whether or not she would be able, if circumstances change between now and the election, and certainly after the election, a focus on whether or not either one of them are truly ready to take what is the most important role, the leader of the free world.
David, there's no question that both Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance are going to be under a microscope in a much more intense way in this race than in previous races. And we saw that today reflected in just how quickly and forcefully the Biden campaign came out and criticized Donald Trump's pick of J.D. Vance. The president coming out saying that he was a clone of Donald Trump. The president a short while ago saying it's not surprising that Donald Trump, in Biden's words, would pick someone who would simply just back up and support everything that he would want to do. And they have been very critical of Vance's policies, especially on abortion, David.
Mary, thank you. I want to bring our viewers back to the convention floor. Sean O'Brien, the general president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, here on the stage, caused some controversy when he said he would come. Invited by the Trump campaign, they have not endorsed yet. And we all know that President Biden became the first sitting president to walk a picket line. So let's listen.
For opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight. I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists.
So he's telling everything.
He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions.
Okay.
There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it. All 350,000.
Y'all know how much it costs to ship some shit, UPS?
You know, corporate is
Shipping is
hate
expensive.
when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation.
Bezos, holla at
Their
your boy.
loyalty is to the balance sheet and the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser. Corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market boomed, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants, but the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first.
He done told it. Oh.
What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air.
I thought it would have been more than
1.3 million.
million.
If the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Well, that was an extraordinary political moment. Sean O'Brien, we all looked at each other here in the studio wondering, is he running for something tonight? The head of the Teamsters, 1.3 million workers, the first time speaking at a Republican national convention saying American workers are being taken for granted. And he said, when the extremes from both parties are upset with you, you know you're doing something right. And
oh, Lord, you bring it props to the table, sir.
One thing he said in particular, with the biggest smile perhaps of the evening so far, you heard Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, say, I think we can all agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, Trump has proven to be one tough SOB. And that is going to be a key theme of this Republican National Convention for sure. In a moment here, insight from inside the Trump family, what this moment has been like for Donald Trump inside this convention hall, also inside the motorcade after the rally on the way to that hospital Saturday night, what played out at the hospital. Key insight into what the family is saying about this tonight and how the Biden campaign is reacting to night one of this Republican National Convention. A lot to get to with the whole team here in just a moment. ABC News live coverage continues right after the break.
All right, so what you think? I think he makes some good points. But I definitely thought it was, more. Huh?
I mean, so far, this convention is one of the better I've seen in recent memory.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's very good. They're doing a very good job. And they're looking very presidential. Everybody is like it's amazing right now. The worst one I can remember is when they had Clint Eastwood up there cussing out the chair or whatever,
Oh yeah.
Like that shit was crazy. It's like, who put this together, but
Wasn't that Bush?
No, that was Mitt Romney, wasn't it?
Was
when
it?
He was against Barack? I think it was Mitt Romney.
Yeah, I was like, child, y'all got to, you got to be careful about who you let speak these days, because you don't never know what's gonna come out their mouth.
Another senile ass white man,
My thing is, oh boy, don't be trying to blame, trying to lie on them teleprompter people. You told them to put that damn speech in there because that's what you wanted to say. Just be man enough to say that's what I wanted to say, so that's what I said. Because again, if you knew that wasn't the right speech, then you should have just started talking. If that wasn't what you wanted to say.
Right.
We ain't nobody got time for that, sir. I mean, that's your right, sir. If you want to vote for Kennedy, vote for that is your vote. Do what you want with it. That's my thing. Just vote. Just vote. That's all I'm asking. Just vote. And just like we covering the Republican National Convention, we gonna cover the Democratic National Convention. We'll give everybody the same treatment, so everybody can be informed.
When is that?
Sometime next month. Let me see. I don't even know where it is. Hold on. This shit, Chicago. August 19th. Why y'all playing?
Mm-hmm.
Why y'all playing? Y'all trying to go to Chirac, bang, bang, shoot them up? Okay. I don't want to hear no reports of the motorcade getting robbed. I don't want to hear none of that. Because we ain't gonna be feeling sorry for you.
It's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw, moving to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live.
Wait, one more time, what?
You better check in when he gets to Chicago.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Work that out.
Let
I don't know why they did. I know. You know what? I know why. I know exactly why they chose Chicago.
Why?
All the black people in disarray, and don't forget. Remember, old boy killing the dude at the chicken spot last year.
Mm-hmm. The knockout king.
Yeah, because that's crime down. Though, keep that in mind.
Convention here in Milwaukee, we witnessed a remarkable moment just moments ago. The benediction by James Romney, a Lutheran pastor from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Take a look at this. This was as the pastor was approaching the podium here in this crowd, and he gives his best impression of Donald Trump. Let's listen.
Let's get some
prayer. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed.
Uh-oh.
You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it. Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
And there you have it. We knew that faith would be a significant part of this convention, with Donald Trump making his first appearance before his supporters, before this country, since what we watched unfold on Saturday evening. John Tantucci, I wanted to ask you about something you and I had talked about earlier in the reporting about how this has truly affected Donald Trump. You had some insight into what it was like, those moments in the motorcade as he left the rally. You know, he did the fist bump. We all saw that iconic image of the blood coming down the side of his face, but that trip to the hospital, what that was like for him, not having any members of his family, his adult children in that car with him, unable to reach them, went to the hospital to get a CAT scan, and how that has changed him. And you can really see it on display here tonight in Milwaukee.
Yeah, David, sources close to Donald Trump were texting me, looking at the image the same way all of us were, reacting that, wow, this really has impacted him. And David, I can tell you from conversations I've had over the years, mortality in Donald Trump does weigh on him. And especially when his first wife, Ivana, died just 2 years ago this weekend, David, he was despondent, really talking about how much he missed her. And his children, even Eric Trump, David, observed to me just this morning, they firmly believe their late mother was looking over their father this weekend in Pennsylvania, David.
Arthur Raditz, you and I were talking about the adult children were watching Donald Trump here. We'll stay on these live pictures. But when we first saw Don Jr., Eric, his wife, Lara, earlier today, there you see some images there, the interaction with the children. These were children who could not reach their father in those first moments after we all saw that video cross the wires on Saturday night.
And they had not seen it live or a few minutes later after the rally. They really didn't know at that point how he was doing. You can see Eric Trump there
that
walking
was earlier
out.
Today when they came down to put him over the top in Florida. Remember, they gave the...
And you and I were both struck by that moment, that the excitement and the energy as they walked in. We're back live there, of course, with Donald Trump walking out, talking to supporters. But knowing that just a little more than 48 hours ago, and it was less than 48 hours when the adult children first came out, what they had gone through, whatever your politics are, whatever you think of Donald Trump, those adult children,
that's rough.
That was a horrific time for them. I kept thinking of Ronald Reagan in 1981, the assassination attempt then, and Ronald Reagan waved when he got back in his motorcade, but we learned later he had been shot, and it was a serious injury. So there was a period there where we weren't certain about how Donald Trump had fared, and the children, the adult children, certainly felt that as well.
Lindsay Davis, you were describing the humility, the modesty you saw perhaps a slightly vulnerable Donald Trump tonight. And that is something that will land with people who are watching, whether you support Donald Trump politically or not.
Experts have said that the way you communicate, more than 70% of it is nonverbal. And it would appear that without Donald Trump even opening his mouth tonight, he has said a lot. At the same time, I'll just go from a quote from J.D. Vance in his book, Hillbilly Elegy, where he says, I don't believe in transformative moments, as transformation is harder than a moment. So we're going to have to see what happens, obviously, in the days and weeks to come here. But it's not lost on me that less than a mile away from here at a hotel in 1912, it was here in Milwaukee when Teddy Roosevelt attempted assassination on his life. And it was that iconic moment for him. Of course, he didn't go on to win, but it was a moment that certainly was iconic, and people were reminded of his toughness.
Really.
He, of course, went on to give that speech that day after he had been shot in his chest.
It weighed heavily then. These moments weigh heavily on the American people, as they should. And I think that we've heard from the Trump campaign and certainly from the Biden White House a call for unity to denounce political violence. Something that was really interesting, John, was that I heard you ask former President Donald Trump about the phone call with President Biden. We heard President Biden come out publicly and say it was brief, but it was good. And I would have to believe that the American people, again, no matter where you are on the political spectrum, need to hear that. And you heard from the former president something very similar.
He said it was a nice, very nice call, but he said Joe Biden couldn't have been nicer. I just can't imagine hearing those words coming out of his mouth. I mean, these were two men that refused to shake hands at the start of the debate. But he, I asked him if this experience had changed him, and he said, he said, I don't like to think about it that way, but yes, this has clearly had an impact. And I'll tell you that the biggest thing I noticed tonight is there was no talk tonight about stolen elections, about J6 hostages and heroes, January 6th hostages and heroes. It was a very different tone. Will it last? I mean, I don't know, David. I don't know. I do remember one other time when his tone changed. That's when he first met Barack Obama after winning in 2016. And he looked humbled. He praised Obama. And within 2 days, you know where it went.
The fighting instincts, the political instincts kick back in. We know Mary Bruce watching this as well, our chief White House correspondent, at the Biden campaign watching this very closely, the president being briefed certainly on what night one has brought before the American people. We heard about inflation. We heard from the head of the Teamsters about the American worker. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the Biden campaign, given the fact that we know President Biden, the first president to publicly walk a picket line. That's going to be a challenge for them going forward. Still no formal endorsement, but nonetheless, what's the Biden campaign saying about night one here?
Well, in a word, David, a campaign source just said their reaction, hollow. They are arguing that all of this outreach that we are seeing tonight to young voters, to workers, to Black and Latino voters especially, that this is nothing more than empty gestures. The Biden campaign feels that Trump doesn't have any substance, any policy, any real toothsome agenda to back this all up. In fact, quite the opposite, they say. We have heard the president argue that, in fact, Donald Trump's policies and another Trump administration would actually make things worse for these groups that they are trying now to court. The Biden campaign tonight is hoping, and they are optimistic, that when the president gets out there, as he continues to sell his plan, the voters will
Trump ain't gonna do nothing. What you gonna do?
Ultimately,
let us know.
David.
Mary Bruce tonight. Mary, thanks so much. Just a few seconds left. Let's get to Rachel Scott on the floor. A remarkable tone set on night one. John
I have
Paul
to
asks
say,
the central question.
They have
does it
done their
continue all
thing.
4 nights?
Certainly, former President Donald Trump is setting a new tone. Just 48 hours after surviving that attempted assassination,
what Joe said,
former
bring the
president
temperature
coming back
down.
here
Okay.
before his supporters, showing this sort of defiant fighter image, unbound. That is something that the former president, we are told, is now roping into his speech that he will be delivering in just a few days here at the RNC, David.
Rachel Scott on the floor of this convention hall. Rachel will be there every single night for us. We want to show the audience that image, that central image of the evening on night one of the Republican convention. Donald Trump entering this convention hall at the top of the hour, holding his hand up. You can see the bandage on his ear. We saw that video, that moment of him walking out, the crowd erupting into applause. And then we all took note of something here in the broadcast booth, how the whole convention center went quiet, studying the former president in what was a very human moment.
This is true. right, y'all. I don't know. Looks like VB dropped off. Sure, was a lot of black. Yeah, it was a lot of black Republicans that night. Hey, Danny, how you doing? It was, but I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it was. It was quite a few. But I mean, there are black Republicans. They just don't. They get to fly under the radar because nobody really looking for them. My sister's one. She been a Republican for hell, I know, a good 15 years. So I mean, they are out there. They just, you know what I'm saying, don't get a lot of attention, which is good for them because they don't have to, you know what I'm saying, spend all that time trying to justify. Then it's more than you think. You in South Carolina, so I can understand it. But yeah, by, you know what I'm saying, me being here in North Carolina and my sister being in, you know what I'm saying, in the DMV, they everywhere. They everywhere. For real, for real. Well, he said there are quite a few black Republicans, and I know quite a few of them myself. A lot don't want to show themselves because they're afraid of the repercussions. This is yeah, that's true. What you say, Don? I'm not a Sleepy Joe supporter. He has to go, but Trump ain't getting no free pass by me. I won't forget the same MAGA people calling Obama a Muslim. I mean, he was, but anyway. Well, was he? I don't know. I'm just saying I did not fare well under his leadership. I ain't even sit here and hold y'all and tell y'all no lie. Them years was hard as hell.
Etched into history.
Hard as hell.
The devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle.
Now he just extra for no reason. You just extra for no reason. They should have left you for tomorrow night.
They tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to
So why she keep turning like
and to
that?
fight.
That is dramatic as
Clinches
hell.
his third Republican nomination for president just minutes after announcing 39-year-old Senator J.D. Vance for his vice presidential running mate, making a united push to Election Day as the party faithful gather in Milwaukee.
I'm tripping on that's his
President
wife.
Donald J. Trump, having received a majority of the votes entitled to be cast at the convention, has been selected as the Republican Party nominee for President of the United States.
The Republican National Convention kicks off from Milwaukee for a special edition of ABC News Live Prime.
Yeah, for some reason, people do. Yeah, politicians, pastors, religions, and celebrities, they do.
Good evening,
Not
everyone.
50 Cent.
I'm Lindsay Davis, and this is a special edition of ABC News Live
Yeah,
Prime.
Tell Scott
First
is a
night
trip.
of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. We begin our special coverage with what is and will likely
That's the
continue to
truth.
be a most unusual political convention.
These is
kicking
facts
off
right here.
less than
Said what
48
was funny
hours after the
is he took
attempted
$100
assassination of the
million
candidate
from
atop
Trump,
the
and then the very
Republican
next day
ticket,
his social
Donald
media
J.
goes live
Trump,
and
who
he
just
makes
a short
600
time ago
million.
stunned
For
many
real, for real.
convention goers here by walking into the arena and was seemingly moved by
Lindsey
the
Graham,
thousands cheering for him.
I
He
think
sat and
it's
then watched
supposed to
speakers
speak
express their
Wednesday,
support,
I think.
nodding to Saturday.
Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all
Trump
can
no
agree,
bad man. What you talking about?
whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
Lots of applause in that moment. Reporter Jay O'Brien leads us off with what has transpired in this room over the past few hours.
Just 48 hours after that assassination attempt.
Take a look at what happened.
Hell no.
Thank my lucky stars.
Former President Trump making a
I know he
surprise
was thinking they done
dramatic
fucked up
appearance
my
at the
hair.
first night of the Republican National Convention. A bandage visible on his ear, cheers erupting in the gathering he vowed would go on as planned.
On Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared.
We already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand
that is so dramatic. That is
earlier the
dramatic.
crowd chanting "Fight, fight, fight." Those words former President Donald
quiet.
Trump mouthed after narrowly missing that assassin's bullet. And Trump making a crucial decision, picking Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate. Vance celebrating on the convention floor, formally nominated as the VP pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States.
Okay. At the convention, Monday's message, the economy. Even GOP firebrands like Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and North Carolina gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson sticking to the theme.
Donald Trump has and he will make America successful again.
Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed.
Hey,
And
Mark.
gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing.
You ain't
leaving
never
families
lied.
feeling hopeless.
No facts.
But there is hope, and I'm proof.
Also at the podium, rising Republican stars.
And if there was ever
That's what I'm
a
talking
time
about. Yes,
in
yes,
our nation
yes.
to come together, that
gotta
time
do some
is
research.
now.
And celebrities.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates.
The convention beginning with Trump
you know
formally
you ain't doing
clinching
no
his
good
party's
then.
nomination, each state pledging its delegates.
The great state of Nevada proudly casts all of its 26 votes for President
all
Donald
of
J. Trump.
The great state of Hawaii pledges all 19 votes for the future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
For Kentucky, convention attendees booing Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who, despite endorsing
Oh,
Trump, has had a
Lord.
frosty relationship with him since the 2020 election.
Madam Chairman, the
y'all need to work
Commonwealth
that
of
out.
Kentucky proudly cast 46 votes for the next president, Donald J. Trump.
Trump's home state of Florida officially putting him over the top, formalizing his nomination. His son Eric pledging the delegates.
Hereby declaring him the Republican nominee for President of the United States of America.
But hanging over this first night, that assassination attempt on the former president that killed 50-year-old former fire chief Corey Compador.
That fire chief, he jumped on his daughter and his wife to protect them and gave his life in the process. Oh, it gets me every time.
The convention holding a moment of silence for Saturday's victims.
And we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process. Let us offer a moment of silence.
Our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that recap. And joining us now, RNC Chairman Michael Watley. And thank you
All right,
so
Mike,
much
let's
for
see what
coming
you got
on the
to
show.
say.
Really appreciate it.
Good to be with you. It's a great night tonight.
It feels like an unspoken theme tonight was, in fact, unity.
Well, I would say it's a spoken theme. I think that we are very, in a great place with Donald Trump having united the Republican Party.
Going on over
Now
here?
it's time to unite the
That's
country.
Jesus
And I
and
think
make
that
it happen.
with what we saw on Saturday, with
Nothing great.
these horrible,
I think
horrific
a lot of chat. It's kind of
shooting
hard to keep up these
that we
comments,
saw.
but
Everybody needs to
Right.
step back and take a moment to reflect on what's really important in this election cycle, and that is American families. That is making sure that we are going to succeed as a country, and we're going to do that only if we are unified.
Did you get a chance to talk to the former president tonight?
I did,
And
absolutely.
Can you share any of the sentiment of the conversation?
What I told him was that when he showed up here tonight to see the delegates and to see the hall, that he was going to get an absolutely, truly amazing response. And he certainly
You might
did.
be, you
I
don't
think
never
there
know.
were tears all across because everybody understands how fortunate we are, how blessed the president is. I mean, this is a straight up miracle that he is with us.
Wow,
And that we are holding this convention tonight.
Big announcement today, obviously, with the pick for vice president, now known with Senator J.D. Vance. Your reaction to the pick?
Very excited. I think it's a great pick. I think really, truly, it resonates with the voters all across this country. And when you think about it, what we're trying to do here is to talk to every American family.
Wow.
J.D. Vance has the ability to talk to every American family. When you think about his background, his upbringing in Appalachia, and then serving in the military, and then succeeding in school, and then succeeding in politics, he has lived the American dream, but he's never forgot where he came from. And it truly adds an immense story to this ticket and to this race.
J.D. Vance, just 39 years old, exactly half of the age of Donald Trump. Is this what the future of the Republican Party looks like?
It is. I think it's great. And we saw tonight, not just J.D. Vance, but we saw a number of great speakers throughout the course of the day.
I mean, China, you gotta let people do what they
Byron
do.
Donalds and others. That is the future of this Republican Party.
All they ever known.
For
So that's
those
what they gonna roll
like
with.
J.D. Vance,
And
who have
that's on
said in
both
the past
sides.
that they would never support Donald Trump, and yet here we see them today, arm in arm. How do you square that with the Republican Party
I
and
feel you on
those
that.
who are trying to understand the disconnect?
Look, the Republican Party right now is more unified than we have been in generations. And we're unified because we understand right now America is at a crossroads. This is an inflection point for the country in terms of this election cycle, that we are either going to continue down Joe Biden's failed policies, which have unleashed inflation and an invasion across our southern border upon America, or we are going to go in a different direction where we're going to restore our southern border, we're going to restore our economy, and we're going to restore our standing in the world.
In the last few seconds that we have here, what you're looking for most for tomorrow?
Well, I think we are going to continue our discussion talking to American families, and the fact that we are going to be talking about keeping America safe, and what does that mean all across the political spectrum. And we're going to continue to hear from real American people. We're going to continue to hear from people that I've never heard of before, that you've never heard of before, who are telling their stories about what this election means to them and their families.
RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming on the show.
Absolutely, it's great to be with you.
And want to go now to Rachel Scott, who is live on the floor. Now, Rachel, as we saw,
crime
quite a lot
is
of
not
energy
down.
at
Wrong with y'all
tonight's
looking at.
convention,
Crime is
really
not down.
palpable. It's also the first time seeing former President Donald Trump since his assassination attempt. How did the people react, and what did you hear from them?
Yeah, at times it was hard to tell where exactly the stage was. Was it right behind me, or was it toward the back of the arena where the former president had a box full, not only with his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, but also members of his family and other Republican members of Congress, including Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. There was a crowd already forming once word got out. And then you had this moment, the former president of the United States, just 48 hours after surviving an attempted assassination on his life, walk through this arena back in front of a crowd. 48 hours ago, I can tell you, Lindsay, I was there. The crowd was screaming in horror and terror. They were diving for cover. Now the former president coming back in front of this crowd, chanting his name, USA, USA. There was just this moment where the former president was just really taking it all in. It was just, quite frankly, it looked like a humbling moment for the former president. You have to just imagine what was going through his mind. I could tell you, as someone that was just there at that rally, being back in front of a large crowd, being around so many people is enough to just make you just a little slightly on edge. But the former president, we are told, he even wanted to get back up on that stage after he was grazed by that bullet and continued delivering that speech. Ultimately, Secret Service told him that it was not safe. Now he's making this early appearance here at the RNC, trying to set the tone, a different tone than what we have seen during this campaign, a tone that he says is going to be unity, bringing people together. We'll have to see how that goes, Lindsay.
And Rachel, you're regularly at his appearances. Did this seem like a different Donald Trump to you tonight?
Oh, absolutely. And, I think John Carl was spot on a little earlier. I mean, I have been to almost every single campaign rally this cycle.
Okay.
And at every single one, there is this tone of just complete and utter defiance. There is this political heightened rhetoric against President Biden. There are claims that the 2020 election was stolen, claims that we know are obviously false. There was none of that tonight at all. There was this sense, especially when the former president was in the room, that this was about moving forward. This was about uniting the country, taking that sort of next
next step. This is a stark contrast to what we have seen in just a few weeks ago from the Trump campaign. The question is, does that continue? How long does that continue? The former president clearly seeing an opportunity here to sort of change directions. In fact, so much so, we are told that he's sort of ripping up his speech that he already had written that he was supposed to give in just a couple of days to incorporate these new themes after he survived that attempted assassination, Lindsay.
Rachel Scott for us. Thank you so much as always. Now I want to bring in our dynamic powerhouse political team, John, and Martha. And Martha, we'll start with you and let's just get everybody's reaction to tonight.
Well, I think obviously it was a very somber Donald Trump. I think that
Martha, turn your mic up. We can't hear you.
Focused on how different he looked. First of all, he did look very
Turn
tired.
their mic up.
I understand why he looked very tired, but a really serious Donald Trump. And I think that was the most striking to me, but also the mood of everyone.
He went
here.
clowning.
It was
None
a
of y'all
completely
today.
energized crowd. I know you walked around down there too.
Serious.
Just walking from delegation to delegation and listening to people how proud they were of Donald Trump, and in particular because what they went through and what the whole nation went through just a little more than 48 hours ago. But that energy and that enthusiasm somehow leveled itself when Donald Trump came out. I mean, there was it went from yay, there's Donald Trump to sort of a somber respect for the candidate, and I think that was the biggest difference. I mean, even when J.D. Vance first came out, and there was so much excitement and people were cheering, it was just different tonight. It was very different, and just the whole evening. I mean, you've been talking about this evening too, Lindsay. I mean, you had we had numerous Black speakers. It was very, very
Thank you
different
for just saying them,
from
and just get on with it.
2016. Just the whole mood, and all of that is understandable given what
Just go
happened
ahead and say
on
black
Saturday
folk
night.
up there.
And looking at Donald Trump's adult children. We've been talking about that all night, but I really was struck when they walked in and they're cheering and they seemed the same, right? But you had to realize what they went through. And John, of course, Santucci knows so much about that and what they went through. But I think anybody who looked at that and thought, I can't even imagine if that was my father or mother or someone, I can't imagine the fear. And they're around and they can get in touch with people, but they didn't have such an easy time.
It seemed, John, like a humanizing moment, even when we had that first statement come out from Melania Trump, where she talked about him and his sense of humor and him as a husband, not as a president of the United States.
If it had happened, if there was death, how she knew that her life, her son Barron's life, would dramatically change, Lindsay. Very human, as Martha said, which I think is exactly case in point. And even the moment, I agree with Martha completely, that, the family seemed normal. But there was one moment looking at Donald Trump Jr., the way he looked at his father's eyes when he shook his hand. I mean, I spoke to Donald Trump Jr. the moments after that shooting. He was out on a boat and not watching it and was saying, I don't know what's happening. And it took him several hours, Lindsay, to reach his father Saturday night. They hadn't seen each other in several days because everyone was not with him. This was a rare campaign event, actually, to not have a member of the Trump family with their father. They were all getting ready for the convention. They were told, wish we knew, but they were told, don't worry, I'm not announcing my VP pick tonight. So stay home, pack. I'll see you in Milwaukee. But the fact of the matter being that it was a real human moment that they cannot reach their dad. They finally did, heard he was okay, and definitely put their worries at ease.
John Carl, I was sitting right next to you when you said, hello, Mr. President, and you took that call just a little bit before we went on earlier tonight. I'm curious if you had any idea when you were talking to him that did his tone or attitude seem different at all just through the phone conversation?
He seemed a little bit toned down. He was upbeat, but his voice was a little bit lower, talking a little bit more slowly, kind of the audio version of what you saw when he walked out there, when he seemed at times flatly emotional. I mean, I thought he was going to choke up when he saw that crowd. And when I spoke to him, he was clearly anticipating what was going to happen here. I asked him a question about how he was doing. How's the injury to your ear? And he said he was doing fine, but then he immediately pivoted to the bandage. and he said, "Yeah, I think the bandage will be done. We'll be off by Thursday," when he gives this big primetime speech. And he noticed there was a moment when they had the camera on him when he was backstage before he came out, when he pointed to the bandage, and the crowd went nuts, of course. But I mean, if there's one thing Donald Trump knows, it's image. And that bandage is the visible image of what happened Saturday. So imagine
he has not really had time to process any of that.
If he tells me he thinks it's going to be off by Thursday, I think it's going to be off on Thursday.
You had a good question earlier. Any idea if we're going to see Ivanka Trump here?
I've been told by multiple sources, Lindsay, that it is quite possible we would see her. Now, look, I do think, the difference of 8 years later, right? We talked earlier about the image of the sons putting their father over the top. 8 years ago, it was the two adult sons and Ivanka Trump that put him over when they all lived in New York State in the roll call. It's interesting that the dialogue between daughter and father has definitely improved. Let's recall, she's been nowhere on the campaign trail so far. She was the one that introduced Donald Trump in June of 2015, the famous escalator ride. She's not been anywhere near the campaign trail. I'm told it's possible she shows up, most definitely not a speaking role. And one of the things you have to remember is that Ivanka's life, along with all the children, has changed dramatically since Donald Trump went down that escalator. She was the only one that went with him to the White House. If he is to win, I can pretty much guarantee from my sources, there's no way Ivanka and Jared go back to Washington.
John, Martha, we thank you all so much. The brain trust here. I could go on, but I'm told that we got to continue on with the show, and want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who is also here. Mary, what are you hearing from the Biden White House tonight about day one of the RNC?
Well, obviously, they are also watching along with the rest of us. And in a word, one campaign source just told me it was hollow. That was the way they described it. I think the Biden campaign feels strongly that what we saw tonight, all of the outreach to different key constituencies, young voters, workers, especially Black and Latino voters, that all of that, as the source described to me, is just empty gestures. The Biden campaign argues that Trump doesn't actually have anything, no policies, no substantive agenda to back up what they are selling tonight. That is the argument from the Biden campaign. And in fact, quite the opposite. We have heard from the President Biden, saying that actually another Trump term would make things worse for these key groups. So that is the message coming from the Biden campaign tonight. It is obviously the message that President Biden is hoping to make as he travels and gets back out on the road. I'm here in Las Vegas, where the president touched down a short time ago. He's getting back out on the campaign trail. He hit the pause button, of course, in the immediate hours and days after the attack. But now we are told that his campaign is going to be, back at it full steam ahead, Lindsay.
And Mary, is President Biden also having to tone down his speech and be more careful with his word choice?
Right,
on the heels of Saturday? We saw him issue an apology, basically, for talking about putting Trump in the crosshairs earlier, but he really just meant the focus on Trump, not anything violent.
Well, I mean, when you think
this is a real balancing act, because obviously you have President Biden out there making this urgent plea for all Americans really to come together and to cool off, to lower the political temperature in this country. But at the same time, we are told that the president's going to continue to draw a very sharp contrast with Donald Trump. Of course, a central message of the Biden campaign, the real central theme is his argument that Donald Trump is a danger to American democracy. That is not going to change. And in an interview earlier today, the president was pressed on whether he and his rhetoric, needs to cool off as well. And he was pressed about that comment that President Biden made in a donor call last week, where he said that it is time to put Trump in a bullseye. And what the president said was that he admitted it was a mistake. He said it was a mistake to use that word bullseye, but he stressed that the argument he was making was that it was time for the Democratic Party to stop fighting amongst themselves over the future of the Biden candidacy and to come together and to start really to set their sights on the Trump agenda and to make it clear to the American people, what's at stake in this election, Lindsay.
Mary Bruce, our thanks to you. I now want to bring in the principal deputy campaign manager for the Biden-Harris campaign, Quentin Folks. Quentin, thank you so much for joining us. How has the campaign changed its messaging just in the last 48 hours? And when does this grace period, so to speak, end?
Yeah.
Well, look, first of all, thank you for having me tonight, Lindsay. I would say that we haven't
shifted our message. We have been focused on the issues that matter. What happened to former President Trump is horrific. You heard President Biden say that it has no place in our politics. We are going to have disagreements. Republicans are going to continue their campaign, and we are going to continue ours, talking about the differences of character, vision, morals, for the next term of who is going to serve as president of the United States. And our campaign has been focused on the issues like reproductive rights and freedoms, issues like making sure that Social Security and Medicare remain intact, issues like the Affordable Care Act.
Rights. Everybody
got
the right
has been since the outset of this
campaign,
and we're going to continue to communicate the stark contrast and the very, very different visions for America on those issues to American voters.
A small but vocal group, as you know, of House Democrats have told the campaign that Biden should step aside, and a majority of registered Democrats say the same. Can you say with 100% certainty that President Biden will be at the top of the ticket come November?
Absolutely. And a majority of registered Democrats also voted for President Biden in the primaries, about 14.5 million, 87%, as well as the 3,900 delegates that President Biden has earned. And so President Biden has said himself he will be the nominee, and we look forward to hosting our convention in Chicago, where we can talk to American voters and Democrats about President Biden's vision and agenda for America.
What is your pitch to Americans that Biden, not Trump, should be president for the next 4 years?
Well, look, I think that comes down to a range of issues, as these two individuals could not be more different. I think one of the first and main ones is that President Biden will not allow Republicans to institute a national abortion ban. Republicans time and again have said that they want to put in place a national abortion ban. President Biden wants to expand health care. Republicans have time and again said that they want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. President Biden wants to expand Social Security and Medicare. Republicans want to get rid of that. President Biden wants a fair tax code so that the wealthiest are paying their fair share in America. Republicans do not want that. They want to continue to tax the middle class at the expense of big corporations and the wealthy. President Biden wants to continue to finish his work of making sure that big pharma is on the level playing field and that Americans aren't paying out of pocket extreme costs for prescription drugs. Republicans want to undo that. So these things could not be more clear when it comes to the issues and the differences of President Biden's agenda versus that of former President Trump's.
There are at least 7 swing states. The election is less than 4 months from now. You can only do so much with an 81-year-old candidate. What is your campaign strategy in those swing states?
Like Joe ain't had time to do half of this stuff.
That 81-year-old candidate is going to continue to hit the battleground states as he has been since the outset of this election. Since the debate, he has hit every single blue wall state. He is in Las Vegas now. He will be doing the NAACP and the UNIDOS
it's too damn hot in Vegas for Joe to be out there walking around.
Core constituencies of the Democratic Party, and him and the vice president are going to continue to campaign across this country, talking about the stakes of this election and the vision that they have, including all those issues that I mentioned in my former answer.
Quentin Fulks, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, Lindsay.
And Terry Moran joins us now. Terry, of course, the Republicans' theme this evening was Make America Wealthy Again. Ultimately, it's not just the two candidates who are different from each other. It's their platforms as well, as we just heard from Quentin there. How does the Republican platform differ from the Democrats in terms of the economy specifically?
Well, we just heard, as you say, from Quentin Fulks, some of the big differences. Donald Trump is a salesman, and so naturally he's going to say everything will be better. But if you look down, while there aren't a ton of specifics in the Republican platform, you do see that he plans on ending taxes on tips. That's one of his goals. He's going to renew and re-up those tax cuts that were passed during his administration, which are set to expire in the next 4 years. He's also for tariffs, big trade tariffs on trade partners across the world. He believes that protecting American industries will make the economy stronger. And immigration. He's tough on immigration in part because he says it's an economic policy, that immigration, especially the numbers that we've had and the way that so many people are not within the lawful structure, presses down on the wages of lower class workers. And that is part of his program as well. Says he'll bring down inflation, not too specifically, bring down the budget. No specifics there. The Democrats, as just heard Quentin Fulks talk about, have a totally different plan. More government spending on infrastructure and on energy, and raising taxes on the rich, as well as keeping the trade partners more open. So it's a very dramatically different platforms in both parties that the voters will have to decide on.
And part of the Republican messaging as well is, quote, end inflation and make America affordable again. But many Republicans, including Trump, are pushing for increased tariffs on imports, which, according to economists, can make inflation even worse. Do any Republicans seem troubled by a potential disconnect there?
They do. Look, Donald Trump is remaking the Republican Party in his image and in the image of J.D. Vance. His vice presidential candidate is very populist on a lot of these economic policies and more isolationist on the international policies. And you do sense a little bit of friction in conversations around the edges here.
Okay,
People talking about, well, more traditional Republicans, business Republicans are anxious about the embrace of labor and certainly about things like tariffs that they say that American people will continue to trust in the trade that has made the country so wealthy. Donald Trump thinks it's wrecked American industries and American communities. That remains kind of a friction within this party. But by picking his vice president, J.D. Vance, who's strong on those issues as well, he sent a message. This is not your grandparents' Republican Party anymore.
Yeah, I see.
Certainly is not. Terry Moran, our thanks to you as always. Still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We're here in Milwaukee this week for all 4 nights of the Republican National Convention. Our team of correspondents and analysts are breaking down the most notable moments of the day and what's coming next.
Well, my thing is, if you put tariffs into place, and it's just on just it's frivolous shit that y'all feel like y'all got to have, it ain't really no damn necessities and shit. Don't cry about paying for it. Don't cry about paying for it. Because folks, that's one thing about Americans. We get needs and wants confused. Especially black folk. Your needs and wants confused every day. But again, I want specifics. That's what I want. Specific, you know what I'm saying, policies that were enacted that were detrimental to the American people from both sides. I want a list of stuff Trump did that got us messed up. And I want a list of stuff Joe did that got us messed up. And take them to listen and let's just go down side by, you know what I'm saying, line by line. I think that's only fair. What you think, V? You on mute. You're unmute, sir.
Yeah, I know I was muted.
Oh, okay. But did you hear what I said?
No, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
Okay, I said I would be one to ask for, you know what I'm saying, I would want to see a list of policies that were enacted from Trump that were detrimental to us, and a list of policies that were enacted by Biden that was detrimental to us, and just go down the list one by one by one by one by one by one by one. But since I know I can come up with this list.
Yeah.
Since everybody's policies are trash, tell me which ones are trash.
I mean, right now the Democrats just seem like a bunch of haters to me. You know, they were describing the Biden campaign at the White House, how they're reacting to it. And it's like, you know, they just sitting back, oh, whatever. He ain't going to do that. He ain't going to, you know, like just sitting back hating, you know. Like, why they couldn't just be like, oh, that was a good first night. Like, congratulations. And keep it moving. Like, that's what they claim to be. Oh, we're going to be the classy. We're going to be the more democratic of the two parties, and they just seem like a bunch of haters. And the Biden campaign has real problems because earlier today, all his donors, they said they not giving him no more money as long as he stays on the top of the ticket. The money is frozen. He ain't getting no more. While simultaneously, money is pouring into Trump.
This is true. Oh,
So
that's
they
what I
got-
meant to check. Let me see how much on the GoFundMe.
They got housekeeping issues they need to deal with immediately.
The campaigning will be back. The messaging will be back. A question to my mind is if it's changed at all. Tonight was very muted compared to what you normally get at a political convention in either party. There was a lot of red meat that was not served the delegates. And I listened to the ovations that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson got. These are conservative firebrands. They are heroes in this room. People were really jazzed to hear from them. And then I listened to their speeches, and it was your basic Republican speech. Yeah, they were attacking Democrats, they were attacking Joe Biden, but it wasn't nearly the kind of talk that you normally hear. We didn't hear about stolen elections. In fact, we heard Donald Trump saying it's okay to vote by mail. Other than the notable mistake with the teleprompter from Ron Johnson, you didn't have a lot of over-the-top rhetoric tonight, and I think it's very much by design. Now, will it last? Look, I know the people in this audience are very somber right now. They're also very optimistic about the direction of the campaign. That will change. All of that will change. I do think we'll be back to something resembling the old normal, but at least for tonight, this was a united room, a united party trying to preach some kind of a unity beyond.
And Rick, on the other side, has the effort, would you say, to convince President Biden to step aside quieted?
Yes, it's been paused at the very least. A number of Democrats I talked to said, look, that's just not what the conversation's about right now. They need to respect this moment. This is the Republican convention anyway. It might have quieted anyway, but certainly after Saturday night, the talk of just replacing Biden on the ticket kind of fades away a little bit. Now, of course, Biden did an interview today. He'll do another interview tomorrow. There's some good moments, some not good moments. Lots of Democrats are still watching those moments. I think if I predict forward a little bit here, Lindsay, I think the next week or so will be critical when polls come out after this convention. We'll see how the rest of this convention goes. And then after that, do we continue to see Biden slip in polls? Or do we see him start to slip significantly in polls? And if so, what kind of conversations does that drive? I don't think that he is out of the woods when it comes to the concerns in the Democratic Party. I think a lot of Democrats are going to be thinking about Saturday and this week and saying the threat of Donald Trump to them winning is even more real than it was before.
And let's put a finer point on that, because with less than 4 months to go before the election, polling in the swing states has barely moved at this point, though Trump has consistently led in many of them by smaller margins. Are Democrats concerned that events like this convention could put Biden further behind?
Yeah, and just to point of reference here, that the 538 polling average has had this to be a very stable race over a very long period of time. And here are some of the latest national polls that we've seen. You see our poll basically had a tied earlier in the week. You're seeing Trump +1, +2. But in the battleground states, it is a much different portrait. And that's where you start to see the real slippage in the polls. This is where Joe Biden has to win. He's got to win these battleground states. He won 6 out of the 7 of these states. Right now, he is down in all 7. And check this out. Here in the Midwest, that's the old blue wall. When you saw the union leader tonight talking about the backbone of America, when you hear about J.D. Vance being from Ohio, being from a region that's now a little bit redder, but very close to that battleground state of Pennsylvania, those are the areas right now where Joe Biden is closest. That's a path to the presidency for him. But if Donald Trump is able to add to the margins there and win, he is going to be elected the next president. I think that focus on the Midwest by having the convention right here in Milwaukee is a big piece of it. Choosing J.D. Vance, even though, again, Ohio is in a battleground state, I think very much plays into the value that the campaign sees on the heartland, on the Midwest.
Ohio, that neighbor of the all-critical Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, our thanks to you as always. Still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We're live here in Milwaukee, where former President Donald Trump was officially named the nominee earlier today and also announced Senator J.D. Vance as his vice president. How pivotal that choice could be and what's at stake here in Wisconsin. All coming up next. Stay with us.
Public service announcement, people. Hey, I see y'all. Thank you for all your new subscribers, subscribing to the People's Podcast. Thank y'all again for getting Almondeyez over 1K. We appreciate that. We see y'all ramping up again. Looks like y'all litty in the chat. Hey, man, we appreciate y'all. Like, subscribe, and share. Smash that bell. You know what I mean? Share it to your socials. Hit the Cash App. Send $2 on the Pure Elite T Fund. Y'all know the routine. But we're going to be rocking with y'all, man, all week. I promised y'all last night it was going to be a lot of stuff jumping off. And this has been a busy day. We ain't even been able to get to everything. We ain't even be able to get to Lil Woody. We ain't even got to talk about Lil Woody yet.
Not at all.
But I mean, a lot of things is going on. So, but we appreciate y'all trusting us and to share our opinion with y'all, because you ain't gonna get it like this nowhere else. You ain't gonna get it like this nowhere else. You're gonna get it here. And let me see what time it is, man. We almost after dark. Yeah, we got about 20 more minutes. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what happens when we go after dark. Right now, it's a family show. I can't say it, but wait till after midnight. I'll tell y'all what it is. But hey, we definitely appreciate y'all rocking strong with us. And we just going to keep following along. I mean, like I said, this is one of the better Republican conventions that I can remember.
That is true.
And it's just nothing but, I mean, it's flawless so far. There's been no gaffes. Y'all. I said, the only thing I wish, man, I mean, Trump could have came out to so much music. He could have came out to that.
He cannot be out there scaring them good white folk.
Huh?
He can't be scaring them folks. Them folks don't know nothing about that. Them folks don't know nothing about that 50 Cent. They don't know nothing about that.
He could have came out to that Goldberg theme song, and they would have been like, Donald, you know what I mean? Look, man.
But have you heard the remake? Hold on.
That do for the campaign. Now let's bring in 538's Galen Drew for more. Galen, how much do VP picks matter when it comes to winning over voters?
It's a good question because we all pay a lot of attention to this in the media, and it was something of the news of the day today. When you look at the actual evidence from past elections, vice presidential picks very, very rarely actually make the difference. The top of the ticket, the presidential nominee, is generally so well known and has so much more airtime in front of the American public that when Americans go to the ballot box in November, that's really who they're going to be thinking about. And in this case, Biden and Trump are universally known by Americans. And so that's really what's going to motivate them. The overarching principle of picking a VP is do no harm. So the canonical example of doing some harm to your campaign is 2008's John McCain picked governor of Alaska, Sarah Palin. And what we saw in the polling was actually interesting. It redounded to his disadvantage, not because so much they didn't like Sarah Palin, Americans, which was the case to a certain extent, but that they actually judged his decision-making abilities, John McCain's decision-making abilities, worse after he made that decision. So at the end of the day, in many ways, it still reflected on the top of the topic.
Welcome back.
As Sean O'Brien, president of the International Teamsters Union, spoke, he was really the keynote tonight. And while the organization has yet to endorse a presidential candidate, it wasn't an endorsement, but it sounded like an endorsement. How big of a shift does this signify in the GOP, considering especially that in 2020, they endorsed Biden?
Lindsay, this was a pretty remarkable moment for the Republican Party. And actually, for me personally, I used to cover politics here in Wisconsin when Scott Walker was governor, and he enacted Act 10, which was extremely divisive in the state. It essentially dismantled public unions, and then he later passed Right to Work, which weakened private unions as well. So to hear Sean O'Brien on stage in Milwaukee, Scott Walker was actually in the audience tonight listening to this, basically trash corporations and say that were it not for unions like ours, corporations would treat Americans terribly. I mean, it was really remarkable. I should say here that at events like this, these are sort of advertisements for the parties. So they want to put their best foot forward. They want to make a pitch to voters who may not naturally be part of their constituency. But still, to even have allowed that, as in prime time, he mentioned that he was there at the request of the Republican nominee. This is quite a bit of a break from the sort of right-to-work policies or Act 10 policies that we were used to in the Tea Party era of the 2010s. So really quite remarkable, Lindsay.
Of course, we're here in Wisconsin. There are those here who say, so goes Wisconsin, so goes the election. And the party was obviously very intentional about using Milwaukee for the backdrop of this moment. Yep. Talk to us about the role that this state played traditionally in politics the last couple of elections.
Yeah, Lindsay, add my name to the voices who say, as goes Wisconsin, so goes the election. In both 2016 and 2020, Wisconsin was the tipping point state as we measure it at 538, which is to say its delegates to the electors, to the Electoral College, put the winning candidate over the edge in back-to-back elections for both Trump and Biden. And both times, it was by about 20,000 votes that the winning candidate won Wisconsin. And so this is definitely one of the epicenters of the campaign. And Milwaukee in particular has also seen some interesting developments. You know, the core of Milwaukee has long time been very friendly to Democrats, while the suburbs of Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington have been more Republican friendly. But over the past decade, we have seen Democrats in the core of Milwaukee have not turned out, or voters in the core of Milwaukee have not turned out for Democrats at the same levels as we've seen historically, while suburban voters in those what they call the WOW counties, the collar counties around Milwaukee, have swung away from Republicans. So both parties have seen openings here in the Milwaukee area and Wisconsin more broadly to try to pick up votes. And as I mentioned, just basically dozens of votes at this point are what campaigns are going to be trying to gather and add up to win the election potentially here in Wisconsin.
We can tell you are formerly a resident of the Badger State, Galen Drake.
Y'all
All right, thanks to you. Appreciate your expertise as always. And be sure to check out our friends at 538 for the latest election data and analysis all throughout the day, night, and in the coming days and weeks ahead at their website, 538.com, or by simply scanning the QR code below. Be sure to check them out. Still much more ahead tonight with regard to context and analysis on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. The theme for tonight, Make America Wealthy Again. The economy taking center
we'll be here
stage, as
tomorrow
well as
for
Senator
that.
J.D. Vance,
Most
who's now the
definitely.
Republican vice presidential nominee. What this could all mean for the future of the
Y'all
party.
should have seen the dirty looks I got today, boy. You know, I had my Make America Great hat on. Oh, I got some dirty looks today, boy.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
I'm sure you did.
I got some looks.
See, being out here in a rural area where I live and around small rural Tennessee, I don't get bad looks. But I tell you what, I went into Nashville about 2 months ago with a 1776 and let's make the Constitution great again shirt on and a MAGA hat. Oh my God. I almost thought I wasn't going to make it out of Nashville.
You got that heat.
Oh yeah. I mean, I started some crap in there with that. Oof, it was nasty. But you know, honestly, my personal thoughts about that J.D. Vance guy, I don't trust him. He spoke hard and very mean about Trump for way too long.
He did.
For me to say I trust him.
Remember, Trump endorsed him when he was running, and that's how he got elected. So Trump been brought him over to the dark side a long time ago, you know. And I think that's Don's boy, right? Don Jr.'s boy, right?
Yeah. He the one talked him into that.
Yeah, so it's good. I think that's a good sign that, hey, I could be flexible. I could bring I can convert people over. You know, we just not going to rock with the same people over and over and over again, you know, because all Biden did was just hire all of Obama's people.
Correct.
That's all he did.
You're correct on that.
And it leaves
that's when I'm just going to have to say I don't see anything good coming from it. I hope that I am proven wrong. Because I want Trump's next presidency, if he gets voted in, to be very good and very great, and no hurdles or obstacles like a vice president. You know,
well, like
saying?
I've been telling Almondeyez for a long time, the Democrats, they keep singing, they keep doing the same playbook every single election. And
for the last 100 years,
America's tired of it. And no matter what candidate, it's doom and gloom, it's going to be the end of the world. Well, they said that last time about Trump. Not only was it not the end of the world, things got better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, how long are you going to play this game? And also those DEI hires. A lot of those Secret Service agents were DEI hires. I watched a lot of videos on that earlier where they were just scrambling. They didn't know what to do. Like the people was telling them, look, on the roof, there the guy go. And they just scrambling and running. And one chick, she pulled out a gun and she couldn't put it back in a holster. It's like,
yeah, I saw that. That was sad. Hey, Derek, welcome back. That was sad.
Can I add something to that?
Most definitely.
Do you know why the head of the Secret Service is having this I don't want anything to happen or go bad again moment? Because she, and there is, the Congress people say they got the facts. There's 15 different Congress people say they got the facts right now that she ordered that man that shot the shooter to not shoot.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They
also fired that man.
Why didn't they have more drone coverage?
Fired what man?
They fired the man that shot the shooter. He's now fired from the Secret Service. He is.
Wow.
No, the guy that shot the shooter, they fired him because he did not listen to orders and shot the shooter.
Oh, hell.
Wow.
That don't even make no sense.
Wow.
Now you see why she's on a back pedal and going, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah.
Well, I mean, here is, the more we look at these DEI hires, they're all jacked up. There's not been one success story. They all are jacked up.
Yeah, child, these folks sound real unqualified.
What happened
real
to
unqualified.
America where you got promoted or you got a job based on your merits because you were the best person for the job? What happened?
That's been gone for so long, it ain't even funny.
Well, let's look at his head of the medical department for his cabinet. That lady, that trans lady from Pennsylvania. Well, I was living in Pennsylvania when the pandemic started. Okay, do you know what she did? She sat there and moved her mother out of the nursing home she was in. And on the taxpayers' dime for Pennsylvania, put her in the hotel that they used for visiting dignitaries to Pennsylvania.
Oh, Lord.
And that was a $2,000 a night hotel room, all on the taxpayers' dime. And then she put all the COVID patients right into the nursing home that she took her mom out of. I was living there when that happened. Oh, yeah. I was living there when that happened. Sure did. She sure did. And then she got the position she's got on Biden's cabinet. How unqualified is that?
I mean, it's like
they like the unqualified. I don't know what to say.
It's like everybody, and especially in key positions. It's like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? And then when something jumps off or something needs to be handled, it falls apart. Every time we look at it. And then they want to point the finger at somebody else. Where's the accountability?
Well, that's the thing, like what's his name? He was the New York governor there for a while. during the pandemic.
Cuomo?
Yeah, Como. Chomo. More like it. Sorry. But he sat there. Hundreds of thousands of people died under him, and all his bad decisions. Where is his accountability?
Well, Cuomo, you know, that family, they're heavy into New York politics, so it's been a lot of finger tipping on the scale for that group for a long time, you know. And you've always had that problem in the tri-state area, particularly New Jersey, New York, Connecticut. You've always had shady stuff go on. You know, a lot of favoritism and nepotism. And fortunately, Chris Christie's never gotten caught up in that. Like
but he did get caught up in another scandal, and I didn't like. And there's some people they say they have video proof of it, and I don't know. I've never seen it, but that was touching little kids. So I'm not, you know, I don't. That's one of the biggest things I hate about Biden, right there. You know, out of everything there is to hate about Biden, that is number one on my list. And I don't like that crap, you know. So and him saying him getting, they say they got video proof, but I've never seen it, so it's just a scandal. So it makes me wonder about him.
How we looking in the chat tonight?
Yeah, child. The chat on your side is flying.
All right, my Spartans showed up.
Yes.
What is your profession?
Almondeyez. I was doing a lot of commenting in your chat, and a lot of my comments just got removed. And I know it wasn't your moderators. It was it was YouTube doing it.
Because then I was getting some of them on my phone, but then like when I would look in the whatchamajig in the chat itself, I didn't see them. So yeah, we're gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, so I mean, I had several of mine removed. It was like, wow, what I say,
Yeah,
you know,
they be sensitive.
I mean, my first comment was that I realized they removed was I said, wouldn't it be funny if he came out and he actually took the bandage off on stage and he had a diamond ring in where
I saw that
he got shot.
I actually did see that one.
Right, but it removed it. If I left and I came back real quick, and it was removed from the comments to where I couldn't see it.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, but I think that would be hilarious.
It would.
I went back in and I had to unhide a lot of comments. It was automatically hiding comments.
Yeah.
I had to unhide them, you know. And I looked at some of the comments like it's not that bad, you know. So I don't know.
I mean, come on, what was bad about that? I mean,
I just think sometimes the algorithm is just overly sensitive.
Right.
And I don't know why. You know, I mean, it's the people's channel, man. We gonna let people talk over here, you know, as long as you don't get out of control, you know. So I never noticed so many comments, and we've had some outlandish discussions. So I was like, what the hell is this? This is nothing, you know.
Yeah, I went back and I watched some of your all stuff. You had some pretty heated arguments.
Yeah, I mean, we give it to you raw over here, you know.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
What you say, Derek? Hello.
Derek who? Derek the legend?
Yes. Mr. Gaines has graced us with his presence.
What?
Yes.
What he's sipping on?
I think he's straight tonight. I don't think he went there.
And talk about the biggest lie I ever heard was from that one guy talking about Biden and Trump. And when he said Trump's taxes were only there to hurt the small businesses. Now, I want you to look. Small businesses thrived under Trump. Under Biden, you can't hardly find a small business that's still alive.
Actually able to get my stuff off the ground. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just get inventory and all that kind of stuff. Child, I'm about stuck now. Listen. Yeah, now I'm moving at snail's pace.
Well, I shut down my bait and tackle shop because the taxes were so far out of hand from Biden that I couldn't keep it going. It was stupid. The taxes he put on that for small businesses, he's killed small businesses. I hope Trump does put his stuff back into place because I might be able to open my bait and tackle shop again.
I know that's right. All right, y'all, check it out. We got a couple of speeches we need to take a look at. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene, we got Mark Robinson, and Wesley Hunt. They spoke earlier this evening, right after the nomination was official. So we're gonna take a look and see what they had to say, because I'm sure they got plenty that we need to discuss. So we're gonna go ahead and get that started. Give me just a sec. Yeah, I
love Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the only reason that that bartender from New York has a problem with her is because she's prettier than her.
Wow. Yes, MTR. Yes. Thank you, Kill Switch. We appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna see what she's talking about real quick. Okay, so far the outfit ain't bad. Ain't bad. Let's see what she got to say.
Shout out to BGS Ed Moore. He's had some good commentary on this topic too.
Oh, for real?
Also, yeah. So if y'all not familiar with one of the OGs, BGS Ed Moore, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you find him. Green Gorilla also, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Make sure y'all shout out to Blizzard King. Let him know we sent you over there.
Yeah, he just went off a few minutes ago.
Crimson Cure has been chiming in on this topic, which he normally doesn't, but she has been. Coach Greg Adams has been paying attention. The notorious CGA, ladies and gentlemen.
CGA, yes.
Who else has been active this week? Last couple of days from their normal flow. Those are a couple of that I've noticed. Hell, even Lawyer has been active. Bruce Willis is the criminal lawyer trying to stop y'all from self-snitching. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Bruce Willis. I told y'all about Emily Baker as usual. Emily D. Baker with the coffee and cursey words. Y'all Tennessee girl up there. Who else we got, man? There's been a lot of content, a lot of great content out here. Y'all got to move around. Like I tell y'all all the time, there's plenty of places to be out here in these YouTube streets. Move around.
Yep.
Move around. Don't lock yourself into an echo chamber and just get caught up in one little snippet of a corner. You got to broaden your horizons, man. There's a lot of content out here, good content on a variety of topics.
Exactly.
And
that's what we try to give you.
This is one thing you should also remember. Don't hesitate to watch something you may not like because you don't want to hear the message. Like watch Biden. Biden, watch his speeches, because of the simple fact, then you know how to respond against what could be put against you if you're in a discussion.
Right. Well, yeah, because like I said earlier, we're watching, the RNC, we're gonna watch the DNC. We're gonna hear what everybody got to say, and then you can make your decision from there.
That's the best way to go.
No one is wrong 100% of the time, and nobody is right 100% of the time.
You talk to these people, and you could kind of almost anticipate what they're gonna say, because they're just getting all their information from one source.
Yeah,
and it's heavily opinionated, very little fact. It's not even an educated opinion. You know, it's a swag. It's a scientific wild ass guess. That's what we used to call it in the military.
What I've seen a lot of people do is just speak the talking points that their favorite news station has.
And then they run across somebody who actually has some knowledge, and they get caught off guard. You know, that's why I warn people a lot of times when they're in the chat trying to take shots at me, you're not ready for this conversation. Hold on. You know, just some people, like, again, you know, I don't have a lot of respect for people who want to throw rocks at high hands anyway. We open up our panels all the time. You know, bring it. You got work for us? Bring it. We have no problem having a conversation with you one-on-one. You want to go one-on-one with the great one? I am always available. But a lot of times we find out that people just don't know what they're talking about.
Well, a lot of people are not knowledgeable and actually just don't know how to ask for the knowledge, and then they come up in a what sounds like disrespectful, and then later on they realize, hey, I gained a bunch of knowledge, and come back and apologize or things
well,
of that nature.
The old people used to say, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. To listen twice as much as you talk. But it's somewhere in recent times, the reverse is more popular. People want, and if you're talking, you're not listening. And you got people just, their mouth is always open. Always. It's like, when do you absorb any information? Communication is, 70% of communication is nonverbal. But they think if they're talking and using a lot of words and word salads,
people
they're
think
saying
they're smart.
something. It reminds me of the dumb kids in school. They were always raising their hand while the teacher was trying to talk. Ooh, I got it. You know what they did with them dumb kids? We all remember. They took little Tink ass out of class and put him in ISS. And if he couldn't get his behavior together, they sent him home with his damn mama.
Yeah.
True.
But you know, we and I blame it on Oprah. It's Oprah's fault. Oprah made everybody think their opinion matters. Everybody, you are entitled to have your opinion, but
don't mean we got to hear it.
Once you share it, then you're responsible for what you're sharing, and it's subject to attack and criticism.
Correct.
I don't know what people forgot that, especially constructive criticism, you know. And we've been doing this so long. Almondeyez and I have been doing this so long. A lot of these arguments are old for us.
I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, especially we go back to some, and I posted a lot of them recently, some of our Facebook videos, which are like 10 years old. We was having these arguments 10 years ago on Facebook. Like, what do you
folks think they're saying something new? Ain't nothing,
right, we didn't debunk this.
Well, a lot of these arguments I've been having since I was politically actually active in Missouri, around West Plains, Missouri. I ran for 2 different offices. And I've been having them conversations since I was 18 years old, because my first office I ran for was for the county mortician in the West Plains area. The county mortician in Missouri is the only person that can put the sheriff in a jail cell there in Missouri. And so, needless to say, that's why I ran, because the sheriff was so corrupt that it was not even funny, and he needed to be in a jail cell. Well, of course, I lost, but I didn't lose by much. I only lost by 15 votes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, I see y'all in the chat, and I see y'all on my channel. Y'all got me to 480 subscribers. I'm very humble right now. But I need another favor. I need 20 more. I need y'all to get me 20.
Yeah, we can get you to 5. Yeah.
I need y'all to put 20 on it. And don't nobody say I'm trying to steal votes either.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Lord. Yeah, because we have officially crossed over into after dark territory.
Oh shit, we about to pull them titties out, y'all.
Yep. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna run these interviews real quick.
All right, go ahead with it.
All right. So we're gonna start out. We got MTR. She gonna kick it off. Let's see what she say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump. Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump. And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love. Thank you. I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children, and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out.
Let me say out, baby.
They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, think about
that.
that.
Disrespectful.
And let me state this clearly. There are only 2 genders. And we are made in God's image. Amen. And we won't shy away from
that look like a man.
speaking
Y'all
that
showed the
simple
wrong
truth
person right
ever.
there.
The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs. They claim that our economy is thriving, yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will, make America successful again. He will make us wealthy again. And as God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve.
Okay.
Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome the Lieutenant Governor and current candidate for Governor of
All
North
right, hold on.
Carolina, Mark.
So what y'all think?
I think she did a good job. Like someone said earlier, it's about not creating problems.
Right.
And that speech was just enough.
Right.
She didn't create no problems for him.
Yeah, she didn't create any controversy. Nothing that could be, deemed, controversial, or no sound bites.
And Marjorie, remember she's the one that pointed that finger at Obama, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she could get wild.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna have to disagree with you. She did bring one thing up that can be used by the Democrats as sound bites. And that's the transgender thing, and they'll run on that, and they'll play on that, and they'll do everything they can on that.
But I think that's true. I think that's a discussion that needs to happen.
Okay.
So, because this foolishness with there's 5 genders and all, and every other day there's a new gender coming out. Come on, I mean, stop. Somebody needs to say no. There's a man and woman. Okay, enough of the foolishness.
I'm just saying what the Democrats will do.
They're gonna do what they do no matter what, but the rest of us can't cower and kowtow to their foolishness because they want to believe some nonsense.
Yeah,
the rest of us,
like that.
We're not gonna play that game. We're not gonna play that game no more.
Right. Because I have to. I'm going to refer back to a video I watched just the other day. There's this little old lady. And she's facing this guy they said they're doing a debate, and the guy that was moderating their little debate said, ask him what his gender is. And the little old lady says, oh my God, here comes the list that's 1,000,000 miles long. Yeah. And she says, okay, what's your gender? He said, well, my gender. And she says, hold on right there. Let me get a chair because this is going to last at least 20 minutes.
About 35 minutes.
I mean, it's amazing. Our kids they know what this non-binary and all of that crap is, but they can't count and read. Okay, enough is enough.
Yeah, they can't even count you back change anymore without a computer.
Ain't that the truth?
I blew a kid's mind the other day. Well, this happened about 6 months ago. I walked into a McDonald's. Okay. My bill was $11.31.
Okay.
I gave them $15 and a penny.
Yeah, okay.
And that blew that kid's mind.
They were ready. Wow. That's crazy.
First of all, where the hell did you get a penny from? I ain't seen a penny in forever.
Dude, I got a whole jar full of them right now. I keep all my change.
Yeah, y'all better go find them pennies fucking around with Joe.
I
every cent you can get your hands on.
We have to get back to the point where we speak truth to lies and foolishness, and stop being accepting of, because we don't want to offend anybody. So we're accepting of any kind of nonsense and foolishness people telling you. What America is that? We didn't grow up like that. When the hell did that get cool?
When about 90% of the American males became beta cucks. Period. End of statement.
I mean, it's not even just the males. I mean, it's just like a societal norm, and somewhere I missed the paradigm shift. It just happened.
I did too.
It just happened overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Like one day,
I mean, even the ladies in a lot of places are not even wanting to stand up for themselves and say, no, you're a guy. You need to quit trying to do women things because it don't work. You know,
Listen,
I've seen
we trying to do men things and it ain't working. Hell, Saturday was a prime example of that.
Okay, I missed that one. So
hell, they folks did y'all see that folks mad with Candace because she was like, yeah, I don't want no chick trying to protect me in the Secret Service.
Oh yeah.
And that goes to what I was saying earlier, where they was fumbling, they dropped the ball. It's like, who trained these people?
Mm-hmm.
Secret Service is always them tough guys who's ready to dive in front of a bullet. That's always been the image of Secret Service.
Yep.
Not a bunch of chicks who look like they need to be in Michael's or something buying crafting shit, you know.
Don't do that.
That's what they look like. They just gave him a gun. Like, here, take this gun, stand right there.
Yeah.
Like,
so I hit it with that.
What?
Take that.
No Diddy.
His ass in some more trouble. I ain't even had time to get into that.
Right. It's been a lot of content we got to get to. We ain't been able to get to it, man. You know, hell.
Some of the things y'all say crack me up because it's so true. What you're saying is so true. It just cracks me up, and I'm just imagining how many people are sitting there going, "Ah!" Because of what you're saying.
I sent Almondeyez a text earlier, and she was like, "Oh shit!" Like, she was like, "I wasn't even ready for that." Like, you know, I
you know what? Because when you sent me that, I was in the middle of I had just started streaming the daily briefing from the White House. They was talking about the situation on Saturday. Like, dang. So I was in here trying to, you know what I'm saying, get that together and work, and you know what I'm saying, was trying to find the actual the decision. But your girl, what's the chick you sent me, Kat? She put the link in her live stream, so I was able to download it. So yeah, I got the actual whole complaint. I mean, not the complaint, but the decision. So I got to read through that. Yeah. But yeah, Glenville, he had to know. You gotta go, sir.
Yeah, she's good. That's Kat Not Williams, y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel, Kat Not Williams. Let her know the People's Champ sent y'all over there. Let her know Almondeyez sent you over there. Let her know. We've been Israel told y'all to check her out. Kat Not Williams. She's very good.
And they kept talking about how emotional Trump was. Well, you know, one thing I did, like I said, being shot at, that ain't fun. And I never got hit, so I could just imagine him getting hit as close as that was. That had to put his whole mindset in a new perspective.
Any near-death experience that you know, overcome, especially when you're not expecting to be in that kind of situation and that happens and you survive it, it's like, it makes you think back like, whoa.
I mean, a half an inch, just a half an inch.
I mean, a millimeter with him. Yeah. That was his ear.
So, I mean, that shit was.
They was trying to take him out, but I mean, anything. I mean, shoot, anything.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, that's why he was probably very much emotional tonight. He's sitting there realizing how real this is now. I
Right.
mean,
That's
like,
exactly
trying
it
to
right
kill
there.
me, like for real, for real.
Oh shit, this ain't no game.
yeah,
Like these you got people out here that really hate me.
yeah.
Like they want to end my life and I ain't did nothing to them.
Except for help them. I mean,
you would think, but I mean,
everybody ain't seen it like that.
I mean, you figure when Trump was president last in what? He left office in 2020.
21.
Yeah, he left office in 21, so that's 3 years ago. This kid was 17 when Trump
Yeah,
left.
he ain't never voted.
That's what I said. He never voted.
He voted for nothing.
Well, people make a lot of assumptions and preconceived notions.
I'm still loving how the mainstream media is playing this kid off. Okay, I call him a kid because I'm
we want to see
47.
them pictures from Friday, not them pictures from 6 years ago. We want them pictures from
they're
Friday.
showing his his
I want to see
middle school pictures.
Right, I'm tired of seeing these middle school pictures of this kid and how good he looked when he was a kid. You know, because I'm sorry, I know what I saw when they had the pictures of him not alive anymore on
laid out.
Group.
You look a hot mess.
Yes, he was a big hot mess. And you said it right the other day, yesterday, Almondeyez. It looked like he went 10 rounds with the devil.
This is what I'm saying.
Wow.
He's a hot mess. I sent him to you, V.
Yeah, that spiritual shit ain't no joke, man. Spiritual
Like
warfare.
he looked like he was in a fight. He looked like he'd been in a fight of his life with the devil every day for the last decade.
Yep, and lost.
Right.
Oh, you're gonna lose.
Feel like he was getting hit and whoop.
Yeah, that ain't no joke.
So they need to start showing them pictures. As a matter of fact, a buddy of mine he has the videos that can clear up. He's got this app that can clear up stuff a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the here's what will blow your mind. And he showed me this, and I'm gonna say this is allegedly, okay, because no one's speaking about it, so it's only allegedly. But if you clear that leg up, the one that's close, you will see a shield. You remember the old MFA shield that they had, where it's got the 3 little points on the top, and then it comes around. It does like sort of like an oval to a point. Well, it had that. It had the number 13 in that, and then 666 underneath of it.
Oh, good grief.
Okay. If you look at that and you go and look that up, that shows MS-13 and that he had killed people. And that's what the 666 was for.
Oh, Lord.
So that's what, and my buddy, he ain't going to, he's like, he's tripping out over this. Oh, so he, you ain't sitting there going like, hey, he wasn't like going, hey, I made this up, look at this. He's tripping out and freaking having a spasm because he just found something that no one else has seen. And he's like, and he's tripping out that this dude was that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so there's something that maybe someone else with clarifying technology might want to take a look at and see for themselves as well. You know what I'm saying?
You got a lot of people. I mean, it's so much going on in the last 48 hours. There's been no room for all of it to come out yet. But I'm sure over the course of this week and weeks to come, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out.
I'm just giving y'all something to look at there because
It'll come out.
I know it freaked me out when I seen it. I wouldn't have thought someone that wasn't Spanish or Mexican or whatever MS-13 is. I would have never thought that that person would have been in there. But you don't get that tattoo for play around games.
It's amazing how his daddy trying to act like he ain't know nothing.
Yeah.
Well, sadly, a lot of parents, they're really oblivious to their kids. They really don't know what their kids is doing. I remember when Ebony and Ivory was in high school down there in Chesterfield, they caught that kid that he bought a bunch of fertilizer and he was making a bomb. He was going to blow up Chesterfield High School in South Carolina. And his stepfather is the one who caught him. He had bought the fertilizer with Dad's credit card, and Dad happened to catch the charge. Like, wait a minute, I ain't ordered that much fertilizer, And Dad went out there and looked in the shed or whatever and seen it. Like, wait a minute, I didn't order this. No way, because it was out of season. That's what made him notice that it was out of season for fertilizer. Like, I don't order fertilizer.
Like, this ain't me.
Right, this ain't, and that's what made he was trying to get it off of him. Like, I'm letting these authorities know right away, this is not me. Don't y'all come looking for me. But I mean, both of my younger sisters was going to that. Ebony was Ivory was a freshman, and Ebony was somewhere in there. Ebony was like a junior. So it was amazing. For that to be that close to home, in little Chesterfield County, Chesterfield, South Carolina, it's like, why? Who do you hate at school?
Right. Ain't nobody there.
That's an integrated high school, black and white for generations. I didn't go to that school. I went to Pageland. But I remember going to them, like we competed against them in football, track, and basketball. So it was a very nice school, very diverse school. So I'm like, you was just one of them weird kids. How about you get involved and stop building bombs in your stepdaddy's shed with your weird ass, But they caught that kid. He in jail to this day. I remember because I don't know. It was some other things happening around that same time, but I remember that was going on. That would have been because we was at Convergence then, so that would have been 2005.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was 2005. Crazy. Showing my age.
Hey, I'm right behind you there, bud.
You about old now.
But what's going on in the chat? How our chat doing, people? Let us know.
Child, they still in here. Look, there might be a little contention, but look like they trying to work it out.
What they contention about? What they talking about?
Folks like pull up.
Nah, we ain't gonna do that telephone tough guy over here. Y'all don't want nobody to pull up. That's fake tough guy stuff. Like I said, what I just said the other night, y'all ain't seen a fight in your adult life. Stop with the fake tough guy shit.
Oh man.
Stop. You ain't about that life.
All right, let's see what homegrown North Carolina born and bred Mark Robinson talking about.
What Mark Robinson from?
Our next governor, because y'all know he gonna win.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about somebody in the chat. I'm like, really?
Oh, yeah, nah, he
you
gonna
talking
win.
to somebody in the chat that was from South Carolina earlier, weren't you?
Oh yeah, Danny.
What part of South Carolina he was from?
Columbia, I think.
The Metro? The Metro.
I think he was talking about Tim Scott. And he was like, he never seen this many black Republicans. I was like, they all around. They just don't broadcast.
Again, that's living in the bubble. I mean, that's all that is. Get out of Columbia. You'll see some black Republicans. You'll see plenty. Get out of Columbia.
Let's see what this is who I really wanted to hear from. So let's see what he talked about real quick. I'm gonna see if I can find old Sambo ass Tim Scott too. But I gotta hear this.
Robinson.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving us my life and health and strength.
All right.
Allowing me to be here and allowing us to live in this blessed and prosperous land. I am Mark Robinson. I am the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first black governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the ninth of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother. I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success, never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for.
Didn't somebody say that?
Made bad decisions. People like me suffered.
Who?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said it last night. You said it in a couple videos that I watched as well.
I'll be telling y'all the future. Y'all don't be listening to me.
Mark said, he done lost his damn job messing around twice.
Yep.
I seen it happen.
All right, that's you.
I lost my car and my house. I was desperate. But my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beard and he looked very stressed. He got in his car and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped because years ago I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. It took me back to lying awake at night, that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed and gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope, and I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up. We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina. As governor, I will not forget where I came from or the struggles of the people I meet. And there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you. President Donald J. Trump. The brave heart of our time, President Trump had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low. People could afford homes. And we had a president who protected manufacturing jobs. Under President Trump, the American dream was alive and well. Under President Trump, there was hope. And we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the braveheart of our time, Donald J. Trump.
Did you call him
to
Braveheart?
get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make
Yeah, he
America
did.
great again.
Oh,
God bless
damn.
you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome.
And you said the guy's name was Mark Johnson?
Mark Robinson.
Robinson.
Yeah, remember when we were going to the store the other day and that dude was coming around with them with that pamphlet talk about don't vote for him?
Oh yeah, when we yeah.
That's who he was talking about. When I was
You
like,
know,
that
was the kid I said you don't want to have that conversation with me.
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
That's who he was talking about.
you know, Trump actually considered him as his
He did.
VP.
He did.
Yeah, but I think leaving him in North Carolina is a better position.
Yeah, I think that's why he did.
I think Trump saw that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause Roy ain't done nothing. I was like, I wish I could take that damn vote. I gave him back. Roy ain't done nothing except bow down to foolishness.
Yeah, so yeah, that's good. That's good. Mark
This
Robinson.
last dude, I don't even know who he is. Let me pull him up real quick. Weston Hunt. I don't know him. Okay. Representative Texas. Okay. All right, here, congressman from Texas. Okay. 42. Okay. Head shake funny, but all right. Okay. Military family. He was in the military. Got a Bachelor of Science in Leadership and Management with Mechanical Engineering. Oh, West Point. Okay.
Oh, okay. He's smart then. He's real smart.
Let me see about West.
Let me check my numbers real quick while you doing that. See if they got me over 500 yet. Let's see where we at. I normally don't make this a big deal, y'all, but I'm so close. I'm so close. So hold on a minute.
Okay, one balding Wookie. Project 2025. Hey, that is some bullshit. That ain't what they doing. That's some shit somebody wrote up for some attention.
Yep.
You need 9.
I need 9 more people. I'm at 491. I need 9 more of y'all, please. Like,
appreciate
subscribe,
that, Kill Switch. Appreciate that.
smash that bell, share it to your socials.
Yeah,
we talk about the podcast. I am V Ben Israel. I am your host. I am the Heisenberg of this ish. I am the Shogun of Charlotte. I'm your favorite content creator. You know what I mean? Pumpkin Escobar, the Day Walker, the Dark Knight of this ish. I'm your main man. Y'all got to give me that 9. Y'all got to put 9 on it. Got to put 9 on it. I appreciate you though. So far, it's been amazing. It's been amazing. I got plenty of content.
We appreciate each and every one of y'all.
I got plenty of content for you. You will not be disappointed. And I promise you, you won't get no bullshit either. You're going to get the raw over here. You're going to get the raw that I give you. Talk about a fighter. I don't back down for nobody. I told y'all about them content creators. About 20 of them tried to gang up on me one night. They'd spent a whole week doing content on me and then tried to trap me on somebody's panel. And I stepped up there and they all bent the knee.
You done got more subs in 3 days and some of them done got all year.
I gave them subs. They didn't have no content without me. He lied. He called me a liar. I didn't. What I said was Mike TV said you bought subscribers. I've been saying the same thing.
Okay, leave that alone. Leave that alone. I'm not getting demonetized. Leave that alone.
Yeah, she know I'll get going now, boy.
Yeah. Stop right there.
That's why she's my co-host, man. She got to control me sometimes, and then other times she'll just let me loose.
Yeah, but on that we ain't, because I ain't getting demonetized and behind that.
And
No.
other times she be like, "Hey, y'all asked for it. You done asked for it. I'm letting them go now."
Yeah, you done pushed his buttons too much.
Okay, so you got a new sub over there, crazy fucker 369 said Biden administration printed twice as much money, making your money worth half, effectively stealing half of everyone's money. Keep theming that was half.
I love the name. First of all, let me speak to that. I love the name.
I know. I'm digging it.
Now my question to that is, do you have any citations for that? I would definitely like to see him. If he's still in the chat, I would like to.
I think they mentioned that at some point in the about you're saying him printing all that money. I think they mentioned that at some point in the debate.
Yeah, I mean, I know it is the value of the dollar. I just didn't know by how much. So I'd be very interested in seeing the actual raw data for myself. But that's interesting. Yeah, I've been saying that myself, that they've been making money out of thin air. It's like, the hell are we doing here? What are we doing here? Same thing with the money that we've been given to in these sanctuary cities and giving these people all. Where is this money coming from? We don't make nothing in America no more. So what are we building and selling? We're importing everything. We're exporting very little. So where is this money coming from? Somebody got to tell me. I'm just the guy with the MBA. I'm 30 years in corporate America. I'm just that guy. I'm confused. Somebody got.
Well, if you got an MBA in business and all, and you're confused, I know I'm sure as hell confused. I've been confused for a long time about what you just asked.
Hell, I'm telling you, it's nonsensical. The math ain't mathing. The numbers ain't adding up. 1 + 1 is cat. I mean, what the hell are we doing?
He said 1 + 1 is cat.
The hell are we doing? Like logic is just, we just threw logic out the window. You know. It just
common sense went out the window before logic, and now logic's gone too. So we're in trouble.
Yeah, I will say that.
Now there was a joke one time that said a guy jumped out his window trying to commit suicide, and he landed on a priest. Who do you think survived?
All right, let's see what Brother Wesley talking about.
Huh?
Let's get this. Come on,
Wesley Hunt of Texas.
Hey, now and then I try to throw a little joke in. I know I got a sixth sense of humor. I try to get y'all lighten the mood a little bit. Yeah.
No, let's he got a little frame on him. Hold on, let me see. Got a little frame.
Thank you, Texas. Love you. Love you, Texas.
A lot of black men.
The president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people.
That's what I'm looking at.
And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq. Thank you. I understand that when you're given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation. Today, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster.
You sure it's November the 5th?
We can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House. Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home. Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime. And in less than 4 years, under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back. We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment. I owe it to my two daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future.
Let me make sure these cheering black. Let me make sure.
I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other 2 siblings. And I risked my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now, there's another man who is putting it all on the line to save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump. And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you.
Okay.
And that was West what?
Please welcome U.S.
Huh?
What was his name again?
That's Wesley Hunt.
Wesley Hunt from Texas.
I couldn't remember his name, but as soon as you said it, I knew that was that Texas. That guy from Texas.
Well, what they're doing is they're showcasing black men. And I've been saying this for years that, see, we always talk about America is divided, but specifically the so-called black community is divided. Whereas black women are typically extremely liberal, while the black men typically lean
she white
to right. And a lot of people don't realize that. They're just starting to realize that we don't agree with what the women.
Damn, bro, come on now.
We don't agree. We want big government out of our families and interfering with it within our relationships and the natural order of our families. Black men don't like that. And I'm glad to see that the Republicans are taking advantage of that. Whereas the Democrats haven't. The Democrats have moved further and further away from black men. Further and further away. In fact,
when were they ever for the black man? May I ask?
That's what I was about to say. They've never done anything
Who the hell is he?
specifically for black men. Never.
Talking about the Democrats.
The Democrats, exactly.
Okay, well, we got 2 more black men we got to hear from, but y'all go ahead. We actually got 3, but it's 2 on this one. I got to find the 3rd one.
Wow. Okay. Take your time.
It was Black Man Night. It was Black Man. So we had Mark, we had Wesley, we had this dude we get to listen to, John James,
It's raining men,
Tim Scott, and then the other dude from last night, that fine one. I don't remember his name. He gonna come to him, but he like he smelled good. He was sitting right next to Trump, the dude from Florida.
But I was just pointing this out for our viewers because they may be missing this visual what's happening, and it's really goes back to what Ice Cube was trying to do. He really polarized this when Ice Cube created his what was it, the Plan for Black America?
Yeah,
and the women said, "Well, what about us?" And Ice Cube said, "Well, aren't y'all black people?" They said no. They said no. Meaning we're separate from y'all. And that's how they've been behaving for the last 50 years, which we have a gynocracy in quote unquote Black America. There really is no Black America. Black America died in the late 80s and early 90s.
Okay, hang on. What did Derek say? Yeah. Well, again, I got to be the unicorn in the group because none of my great grandparents were slaves.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
No, Derek was saying what he was talking about. He's talking about Wesley when he said that he was his great grandfather was a slave. Derek said, "Yes, so am I. I think every Black person, our great grandchildren, well, maybe great, but my great grandparents weren't slaves." So maybe I don't know. But
no, you'd be surprised.
I mean, for a lot of people, well, yeah.
They said something like less than 15% of Black men can trace back to their great grandfather on their father's side. Okay, that means 75% of us can't. And that lineage is lost. They just don't know who their fathers are and their grandfathers and their grandfather's grandfather. You know, they don't know. And it's amazing. I've talked to people, you know, the hell with knowing your daddy. You don't know your granddaddy.
They don't be knowing nothing.
Nothing. And then mama like to sit and play like she don't know. But she makes sure her people is centered, you know. She makes sure you know her people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I found that funny.
Okay, can I give you a little interesting bit of history for my family? Now I grew up Muskogee Creek, but I am half Muskogee and I'm half Scottish. Okay. Well, my Scottish great grandfather. Now, hear the whole story out before you have a fit. Okay. He went and bought slaves, took them to Arkansas and set them free. And that's how the families and then the Americas that are Black with the Caswell name got their name because they took his last name. So they had a last name in the Americas.
Well, I don't know why you said listen to the whole story. That's a common story.
Well, do you know how many people jump on me as soon as I say he bought slaves?
Well, you're not dealing with no regular. You ain't dealing with no regular people over here, man.
Well, I've had it happen to me. Ain't that the truth? Happen to say it.
You home over here, okay? You ain't got to tiptoe around us, okay? We got you.
All right, it's like I said, it's just become a habit. It's a force of habit, I guess.
A lot of Black people were, I mean, we were closer in relations than we really think we were. And it's complex. It's not as nuanced as we think it is, where it's either or all the time. So a lot of Black people who bought slaves. They did it to keep the families together.
Yep.
So that the family could actually stay together and wouldn't be sold off. So that was very common. And sometimes I know here in North Carolina, a friend of mine, damn, he's from Alaska now, but he wrote a book about this family. They were from Charlotte, and they owned the land, which is now 485 down by Ballantyne. Just like going from 74 to Ballantyne, the family owned all of that land during slavery, and they didn't have any kids. The slaves became their family. So when the old white people died off, they left the land to the family. So the reason why the construction of 45 took so long, longer than it was supposed to, it was because they were still in court fighting over the land rights, because the descendants of the white people didn't want the black people to get the land, even though it was legally willed to them. It was an interesting story. Damn it, I wish I could access my Facebook, because I got a copy of that book in one of my pictures there. But yeah, it was an interesting story. But I mean, you hear these stories every so often. Listen, and I said this before. I'm about to do the Biden look, okay?
But hold on. Before you get a little bit further away from the subject, the reason I said what I said also on that story was, if they go to start tracing that name back, okay, it goes with what you're saying. A lot of them cannot trace back their lineage, because if they go to start tracing that name back, it's going to go back to a Scotsman all the way back into the Campbell clan in Scotland. You see what I'm saying? So that'll blow their mind. You know what I'm saying?
There's a book that talks about this. The Black Irish is what it's called. You can get it on Amazon, and it talks about this in depth. The Black Irish, which is a pretty good book. But yeah, I mean, in the beginning, when we first came here, in the very early stages, you had a lot of poor people here, white and black. So the rich people, the plutocrats, as it would be, the old the powers that be, the wealthy landowners, they realized if those white people and black people got together, they're gonna kill us and take what we got. So they had to come up with something to prevent that unification from happening. That was called white privilege. So they decided, hey, as long as you're white, you're always going to be better than them. And that's what they created in the 1700s. But before that, it was you had blacks and whites marrying each other, living together in communities. Early on, when you look at the pre-colonial times and early colonial times here, but that got all offset.
Well, there's a group also called the Black Seminoles. The reason they're called that, they're half black and they're half Seminoles, and they live in Texas and Oklahoma.
Well, of course, because you had a lot of blacks that ran. They fled North and South Carolina and Georgia into Florida. So
Yep. Yeah. As a matter of fact, we took them in readily and gave them places to stay and taught them how to live, because when you come from a desert climate into a swamp, it's sort of hard to acclimatize to
navigate
that. No, most definitely.
Yeah, and we taught them how to live and everything. So, which is a very proud moment for my Native American history. Yeah.
See, we all have this very distorted view of America. We were taught it in school, but when you actually start really studying American history, especially pre-colonial American history, it starts to change your your perceptions of America. But you know, we've been lied to, and we've been lied to on purpose to keep us divided.
Yep.
Right. That's why it was done that way. And it was all about money. They wanted to keep what they got and make sure we had none. And that's the way we've been for hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm.
And we arguing. I mean, again, we don't know what racism is. Dr. Claude Anderson has defined this for the last 30, 40 years. And every time I say this definition, it's always somebody who never heard it before. The definition of racism is a competitive relationship between groups of people. They're competing for wealth, power, and resources. And when one group gets so much wealth, power, and resources, they can force the other group to act against its best interest.
Mm-hmm.
That is racism. It has nothing to do with you being black, me being, you white, I'm black, you Chinese. That's prejudice. That's bigotry. Racism is about money. It's an economic term. It always has been. The root word of racism is race. What was the race that was being ran? To see who could get from the old world to the new world with the most slaves the fastest. Who won that race here? Well, what language do you speak?
Portugal
That's
and England.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you go to South America. Who won there? The Spanish and Portuguese.
Yep.
This is not who won in Haiti, the French. I mean, this is a no-brainer, people. But we allow people to tell us racism is, well, I don't like you because you black. And no,
this happened to me because I'm black.
Huh?
They be like, this happened to me because I'm black.
This happened to me because I'm black. And really, are we still, I mean, we smartphones, again, we talked about this last night. You got all these smartphones, but you're still dumb.
Yep.
You're still dumb.
You know, one of my best friends in the entire world, his name was Ben. I met him in Missouri at a Civil War reenactment. I used to do Civil War reenactments when I was young. He's there, and I got to talking to him. He said he grew up in the ghettos in Chicago. He said he wanted a better life for himself. So his 2 feet started walking. And he made it to Rolla, Missouri. Then he started working a job in Rolla, Missouri and putting himself through college.
Mm-hmm.
He made a better life for himself, and he didn't make no excuse as to why he couldn't make a better life for himself. He made it happen. Okay, and he is a black man. Okay, and he's dang proud of that, and he will tell he tries to motivate black young men and women.
Okay,
he has these
right here. Let me cut in.
He has these workshops.
Black people don't need motivation. That's the problem. We've been getting motivation for 1,000 years. Motivation don't mean shit. We need resources, wealth, power, and resources. That's what changes things. Motivation is not the problem. You need wealth, power, and resources. Right now, this country is giving all our wealth, power, and resources to everybody else. And then
I'm in agreement with that.
And then they're coming back over here to compete with our young men. And we're telling our young men, oh, you need motivation, while that other group of people got the resources. And then we're wondering why our boys are going crazy. Need resources, tools, skills. That's always been the case. Motivation ain't never been given to nobody to change shit. When we look at the history of this country, go back to the Great New Deal. They didn't say, "Oh, y'all people need motivation." No, we had land grants and social services and training and farming, and that's always been the case. Go back to the Louisiana Purchase. All of the immigrants who were coming over here, they didn't bring all of those people over here and say, oh, okay, now we're going to motivate you to go out there and conquer the wilderness. No, we got to give you something. We got to give you tools. We got to teach you how to work this land, and we're going to give you 500 acres or whatever. You always got to give somebody. You got to be tools. But this nonsense, and black people particularly, oh, they need motivation, and you got all these motivational speakers who ain't did a goddamn thing but talk shit. Ain't did nothing.
See, you didn't let me finish. Okay, he does motivational speaking, but he takes his money that he makes and gives back to his community so they can get the motivation that they need.
So does TD Jakes and so does $4. I've heard that story. It doesn't work.
He's helped out several young black men. I hate to tell you.
How many black men are there in this country?
Huh?
How many black men are there in this country?
I understand now. He's only one person that can only help so many.
Right, but that's my point. That's my point. So it's a formula.
We see you, Gumby, but you gotta take that off so we can see your face.
You trying to bring somebody up?
They take off their mask.
What kind of mask they got?
Gumby.
Oh gosh, zombie mask, huh?
We ain't in all that.
I'd like to say something real quick, please.
What's going on? Hey, Sweet Pea, what's happening?
I was listening to these to them speak, and they're saying the same thing every 4 years or every 2 years. They're saying the same thing. I went back to see who was president during Russian
during what?
Then we turn around and invade and get Afghanistan.
You faded out. Say it again, Derek.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where did I fade it out at?
Somebody right after the rush.
Okay, I'll just start over. No problem. Okay. I went back to look at who was president during the Russian-Afghanistan war, and it was Carter. Carter gave Afghanistan the means to defend themselves against Russia. And we also did it between the Iran and Iraq war. And then we go in and we basically go after the people we taught to defend themselves. I am tired of seeing this country have the policy. If
went out again.
Went out again.
Bridges. They're trying to argue who's going to pay for a bridge that needs to be replaced. There's a main thoroughway from Cincinnati to Kentucky, and it's called the Brent Bridge. And when it was first built, Kentucky paid for it, and now they're just arguing over that. Meanwhile, we sending billions and billions to Ukraine, to Israel, and aid and money and whatever. But then we get on here on the TV and they talking about putting America first, making America great again. And they just keep repeating the same stuff. It's the same stuff. I asked a friend, do I vote because of what we were denied in the past, or am I voting for the future because right now don't look good? And I'm still at a crossroad who I'm going to vote for. And I will tell you this. We talked about motivation. I don't feel motivated to vote. I just don't. I just don't. I know my voice matters. I know that if I don't make decisions, somebody else will. Well, that's what's been going on all this time. All this time. Slowly and surely, they are removing layers of the civil rights law. And they're removing things and then calling them something else. But it's the same song over and over again. As long as they keep us fighting each other, we ain't gonna never see what they're doing. Now we looking at, is it a conspiracy? Did he really get shot? Did he, why was he doing this? Where was the Secret Service? Why wasn't the area scoped out? And then I hear today the guy who took out the shooter got fired for not following orders. I'm like, it's a.
Okay, let me. I got a couple of questions. You keep saying they. Who is this? The they you're talking about?
The they that I'm talking about are people who are in control. The people that we put in office to represent our interests, but as soon as they get in office, they flip. We had several councilmen here in Cincinnati got indicted for accepting bribes. I mean, what? Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm listening. Keep going.
I mean, what are we supposed to do? Well, I had a conversation earlier today, and we were talking about school funding. I said, do you know, the better the neighborhood is doing, the better the school is doing. But we're so busy taking our money out of the community, and we don't even own gas stations or stores in our own community. What are we supposed to do? If we sit back and do nothing, it's the status quo. But if you raise interest, if you raise some eyebrows, it's like ain't nobody gonna listen to you because they used to doing whatever they want to do. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know who I'm gonna vote for.
Well, I mean, the they you're speaking of could be totally different people, depending specifically on what you're talking about. So if you're talking about local elections in Cincinnati, then yeah, the day is going to be different there. But if you're talking about the president, that's a different conversation. That day is different there too. So the problem has been with black men is we don't participate in the system. Not at high numbers. So this is in order for a system to work for you, you have to be a part of it. You have to participate in it. But for too long, we were complacent and kind of just sat back and let our women do it. But I'm just going to ignore it and everything gonna work itself out. They got things that they wanted over the last 50 years, and while the men got nothing. But that's because of our own fault. Because black men in the past dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. Now going forward, now you said something interesting. You said, should I vote for something in the past? Voting for past is never going to work. You can only vote for the future. It's always going forward. It's always perpetual movement. So you got to decide with this election, and a lot of people, they don't look at every issue. They pick one issue that's important to them, okay? Whether it's the economy, whether it's foreign policy, whatever it may be that tickles you, pick an issue and vote on that issue. You can't vote on 1,000 different issues because you'll drive yourself crazy trying to sort all of that out. But pick an issue that's most important.
I know I had this discussion a lot lately with the quote unquote migrant workers. And I was telling a friend, I said, you know, I keep reading about these migrant workers getting everything that I've been trying to get for myself, and they just giving it to them freely. I said, don't you know they're creating a huge voting block? Everything I worked from the age of 14, and I worked all my life. And when I went to try to get some things established for me, I was denied. And then I hear the same things I was trying to get for myself. They giving it away.
Well, I just explained why. Because Black men have no lobby groups. We have nobody. We are not organized. We have nobody looking out for our interests. Ain't nobody gonna just give it to you. You got to be involved in the system. Whereas Black women over the last 50 years, they're very politically organized, and they make sure their voices and their rights have been heard. They are very active in the PTAs and in local government. Black men typically aren't as a group, and that's something we have to accept and correct on our own selves. Because I was saying this shit in the 90s when they started coming over here, the immigrants in the late 90s. I said, in one generation, they created another voting bloc. That's what we got now. So all of those immigrants that came over here 30 years ago, they couldn't vote right away. But guess what? Their kids can now. Their kids can. And guess
some
what?
Of them have, and some of them have become citizens and can vote now too.
No, they were automatically citizens. They were born.
Oh.
They were born here.
No, so, I'm talking about some of the immigrants that couldn't vote at first. They can vote now because they got their citizenship and become American citizens and get vote now. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to focus on small numbers and nuanced numbers. I'm talking about that big population of kids they created. That's what I'm talking about. They're considered Americans today. They speak English fluently and Spanish fluently, and they're Americans. They're only one generation removed from Mexico. 30 years ago, that's one generation. The same thing happened in Cuba in the 70s. So when Castro let all of those Cubans go, they ran into Florida. And they took over Florida, and they ended up rewriting the laws around themselves. So that whole tourism industry, you got to be bilingual now to even get certain jobs down there, because they use the laws to protect themselves. They got involved over that time period. Whereas that wasn't the only immigrants going into Florida. You also had Jamaicans, you had Haitians, you had Dominicans also going into Florida at that same time, but they weren't as organized as the Cubans were. So that's why everything is Spanish based down there, especially in South Florida.
Yep,
all of that's Spanish based.
Yeah,
so, and you better be able to speak Spanish when you're down there, because if you don't, you won't understand half of what's going on.
Exactly. That's my point. But we allowed that because people don't participate, and especially men, not just Black men, but men in general. That's not, we just go to work. I just want to work, take care of my own yard kind of thing. But we have to start functioning as a team, because economics is a team sport. Politics is a team sport. And if you don't play as a team, you're going to lose by default. And that's what we're seeing. We're losing by default. But that's why I'm happy what Almondeyez is showing us with these videos, and she got a couple of more to show us. She ain't showing us a bunch of old white guys talking. She's showing us young black guys, young white women. The Republican Party ain't what it used to be 50 years ago. 30 years ago with Newt Gingrich and shit, which I love Newt, by the way, but it's a different image that we're seeing. 30 years ago, just in the early 2000s and 90s, when you talked about the Republican Party, you were talking about old white guys who had been in office for 1,000 years, and you know,
yep,
that ain't what we seeing tonight. We are not seeing that image, and that's resonating with people. Hey, black guys are watching TV for the first time and say, "Hey, they look like me. They look like they."
I just gonna.
But you
I
got
don't know
two
who
parts.
I'm gonna vote for.
You got local and you got federal. So,
Mhm.
but both require you to get involved. But I mean, property taxes would drive schools. You know, that's what's going to affect the schools. But black people, we ain't buying property. We got wiped out during the last recession. We were at a historic high for home ownership. We got wiped out during the Obama years. When
Yep,
Obama took
Obama really
office,
hurt you.
high for home ownership. By the end of his term, his second term, we were wiped out. And we have not recovered since. Have not recovered. And
You were doing a slight recovery over under Trump.
For home ownership, there's been no recovery. There's been none compared to what it was. None.
Oh no, it's gonna take a good 40 years before you get back to where you once were, minimal. And that's if everything's going correctly.
Now it's never gonna get back.
Yeah.
It's out of control. It's skyrocketing. And at the same time, our marriage rates are declining. So the number one way that people bought houses were married couples buying a house. So we got a lot of problems in the black community. Single mothers don't buy houses. Single men don't buy houses because men understand that's a waste of money. So we got to put the community back together first, and then we got to start building the community back again. But I mean, Dr. Claude Anson talks about the 5 levels of economics, 5 floors of economics. The ground floor is family. But what black people want to do is always skip to the second floor and the third floor. And this is why their businesses fail. 98% of them fail in the first 5 years. Why? Because you ain't got a community to sustain your business. You ain't got nobody to buy your shit.
Yep.
But we want to skip ahead and we want to jump into politics and jump into everything else without family, without establishing a community. I remember when I grew up, we knew who our neighbors were. Everybody on the street. You knew everybody. Today, people don't even know you. You live next door. They don't know your name. You never spoke to your neighbor. Never had a conversation with them. Nobody's invested in the community because they don't own nothing.
To give you proof positive of that, hell, when I lived up there in Rochester, I lived there for 3 years. For the first 2 years, I didn't even know what the guy's name was that lived in the upstairs apartment. Then one day I took the opportunity to find out who he was. And he was actually a pretty cool dude. But it took me 2 years for that. And I understand where he's coming from because you got to have that. And once I started getting to know him, guess what? I started getting to know a lot more people in the community. I actually started invited to people, picnic, their little outings, their little family, get together type things, where they're having a barbecue and things like that, So, I mean, I see what he's talking about, but yeah, you need to really get out there and get to know your neighbor before you can really do much anything. You're right.
I mean, that's how we always functioned here in America. And we, like I said, in recent years, we've gotten away from it. And we're just individuals now. We're not a community in any sense. We're just individuals. And now people are working from home. You got people that, I remember, what was that movie? What's that damn, what was it? The Net? She was working from home. None of her neighbors, they didn't know her. And they were able to steal her identity. And they kidnapped her or replaced her with somebody else, and her neighbors didn't know nothing. Damn it, what's that damn woman's name? Shit. She was in Speed with Keanu Reeves.
Sandra Bullock.
So yeah, Sandra Bullock.
Right. She did a movie called The Net. And but that was years ago when she did that movie, but that's what we are.
I remember that movie.
So removed. Single women, no, they have nothing. They don't even got a pet. They took over her whole life.
I remember that movie.
I didn't see it, but I remember she did that movie.
Remember, I told y'all TV always prepares y'all for what's coming next. Usually about 10 to 20 years out.
Well, let's take a look at that. You wanna see where he's coming from? It's true. Let's look at Star Trek. They had this little flip top thingy that they talked into, and they called it their little intercom to talk to people. Well, guess what? Almost, and that was in the 70s. Guess what? In the 90s, the flip top cell phone came out. Wow, there you go.
Yep.
I mean, the Star Wars. Let's look at Star Wars. They had all them lasers and all that neat stuff. Oh, it's cool. It looks neat. Guess what? Now we got lasers that can shoot a hole through a ship now. So there you go. I mean, yeah, you're right. TV does keep us well informed if we just watch it. And think of it in that aspect. Think of it in that aspect as an informative
tool. Go back 20 years. Go all the popular movies 20 years ago. All of the Contagion movies. 12 Monkeys, Virus, Contagion, Citizen Z.
Yeah, Virus.
All the pandemic and virus type. Walking Dead. Right? Walking Dead. I mean, this is where we are now. They always prepare you. That's why it's called a program, a TV program. It programs you for what's coming next.
This is true. Let's see about these speeches real quick. Cause
did I get the 500 yet?
I don't know. Let me look.
Yeah, take a look because I want to thank everybody if I did.
You need 5.
I need 5. Come on, y'all. Give me 5. Put 5 on it. Put 5 on it, y'all. I need y'all help. Before the end of the night, I need 5 now. I need 5. What was that guy's name? Crazy Horse? Did he ever respond to us?
Oh, you were fucking crazy.
Fucking crazy. I love it.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question real quick. Did any of the speakers talk about education?
We've only seen the 3, so we got 3 more we're going to look at. So we're gonna see.
Remember, it's all week, so they're not going to cover.
Yeah, so like everybody. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Each
night. Hey, if I go silent, I'm still listening.
Okay, yeah. Tonight was about make America wealthy again. So.
Yeah.
Well, it starts with its citizens. It starts with investing in its citizens. It's what I've been telling my daughter and people who would listen. Invest in your future. It starts with the citizens, and I don't know. I when it comes to politics, I could talk about anybody. I just see things different.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, you see us as what we are, a constitutional republic and not a democracy.
Ah, there we go. Now we talking. Now we talking sexy.
I just see it differently, I was telling this young man.
From what you said.
I was telling this young man real quick. I said, man, you're working for FedEx, man. Why don't you invest in your future? Why don't you buy some stock in that company? Plan to eat later. He said, it's kind of hard when you got to eat now to save for later. I said, yeah, but it's going to be a time where you're going to need that later. You got to think about the long-term situation. And that's what these parties do. They got 5, 10, 20-year plans.
Yeah, but they ain't got to worry about eating now because they've been eating all their life.
Sir, they have 100-year plans. 100-year plans.
All I'm saying is, if you want to make America quote unquote great again, you gotta invest. Money is not going to change things. You gotta teach the people. You gotta teach them. We gotta teach our kids. We gotta get our kids up until grade level reading, math, and why we at the bottom of all the industrialized nations in this world in education, but we're towards the top in incarceration. They're not saying anything different to me.
Well, you being in jail make money for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, believe me, when you start making it to where driving on a freaking suspended license is a felony, so they can put you in a prison, yeah, that's just money making.
No, what was scary when my kids was coming up in school, my two oldest, I remember getting into fights and stuff in school and scuffles with other boys. This school, every time I turned around, I was at the damn school and going to court for my son. I couldn't fucking believe it. Even when my son was defending himself, the boy kept jumping on my son's back. And Dream would beat him up and get him off his back and walk away. And the boy would jump on his back again as he was walking away. That happened 4 times in a row. The last time Dream just took himself to the principal's office. I had to go to court over this. And when I get to the court and talk to the juvenile judge, he was trying to put my son on probation immediately. I said, we ain't doing no probation. Did you not hear what I just said, sir? Did you not read the police report and the report from the witnesses? He hadn't read nothing. He just wanted to put my son on probation. I said, we will not be doing that. We will go to court. I got money. We gonna get a lawyer. And we got a lawyer, and that shit got thrown out.
I'm glad you did.
A lot of kids that dream with us. We were in Albemarle at that time. And a lot of kids, that's a rural town outside of Charlotte, about 2 hours outside of Charlotte. A lot of kids out there, white and black, they're poor. They don't have money for lawyers, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So the parents are just, oh yeah, I'm gonna put them on probation. No, I'm not letting my son get on probation for a fight. Are you kidding me? When I was in middle school and high school, when you got into a fight, you got sent to the principal's office, and then you got sent to the coach's office. That's and then the coach puts you on the boxing team. Oh, you think you're tough? I'm gonna put you on the boxing team for a couple of months and let them boys that been boxing for a year beat you up a little bit and get the fight out of you. You know, that's how it was handled back then. But now we just sending kids a pipeline to prison.
When I was in school, what they did, they said, okay, you all want to fight? All right, we got the boxing ring, put the gloves on, go at it. Once it's done, it's done.
That's and usually that guy that you had a fight with, you end up being best friends with him later on anyway.
Yep. Dwayne Brown, me and him, we fought like cats and dogs for freaking a year. The next year, we were the best of friends. Went fishing, hunting, everything together.
When I was married, right, my in-laws had a lot of children, a lot of boys, and her sisters were single mothers, and they would always try to intervene with the boys, and the boys would be fighting out in the yard, and the women want to try to always jump in the middle of it, and I had to stop them. Stop! Let them boys fight now and get it out their damn system. Guess what? Them boys are doing good today. They are doing very good. One of them is married, has a child of his own, has a decent job. That's Malik. Isaiah is doing pretty good. They're doing good. I said, stop meddling in stuff. Stop trying to micromanage men. This is how men figure shit out. Let them fight. They ain't gonna kill each other. I ain't seen it happen yet. In 48 years, I ain't seen two boys kill each other yet in a fist fight. Somebody might get a busted nose or something like that, scuffed up, and they be friends next thing you know. Let them fight. Hell, I let my daughter get in there. Imagine it's tough. Imagine's crazy. My daughter's crazy. With her little self. But she been fighting big boys all her life. Let them fight. That's what kids do. My parents didn't break. I remember my grandmother. My grandmother didn't play that. My grandmother was tough. You know, she was Irish. And I remember I got into a fight one time, and I came in the house or whatever. She said, "What you coming here for? You better take your butt back on outside." You better go on back outside. My cousins, my father's mother. I remember my cousin busted my nose. All of my cousins were older than me, and I had a lot of mouth back then. And he busted my nose. I was out there talking junk, and he busted my nose, and I went in the house crying and slobbing all over the place. My grandmother, she didn't blink an eye. She looked at me with a straight face. You was out there talking shit, wasn't you? Go on in the bathroom and clean yourself up and take your punk ass on back outside. Stop talking shit to people you can't beat.
Well, I remember one time I was talking to my cousin, talking just a bunch of crap. And my bigger cousin, he hauled off and walloped on me. He started putting knots on my head. And I got up and I went bawling and squalling into the house.
Yeah.
My dad goes, "Really? You're going to come in here and bawl and squall like that? Here, let me give you something to bawl and squall about." He put a belt to my butt for getting my butt whooped.
Yeah, you got to go back out there. But
yep, and that's what he said. Get your butt back out there and go whoop his butt. If you can't whoop his butt, then go off somewhere else and go somewhere else.
My cousins became like my brothers. Now I only have one of them left. That's my cousin Russell. He's the oldest. My cousin Kenyatta actually got murdered down in Jamaica 2 summers ago, and he was in a bar in Jamaica, and one of the Jamaicans said something to him in the bar, and my cousin slit his throat. And then they jumped on him and took him behind the building, and they beat him to death. It was about 40 of them. They beat my cousin to death. But I loved my cousin, man. My cousin, even though he busted my nose earlier, if I had a problem, he was always there for me. You know? But that's boys. That's men. That's boys. You can't interfere with that process, and that's what's happened. That's why boys today are so soft. They've been saved from ass whoopings they should have got. You gotta let that nature happen. You gotta let it happen, ladies. If y'all out there listening to me, and shout out to the ladies. I've been looking at my metrics. I've been having more female viewers lately than male viewers. Almost 60% of my viewers have been female lately. Shout out to the ladies. They say I can't stand the ladies, and I be talking shit about the ladies, but they obviously like what I'm saying. So go figure that out. Last night I looked at Netflix, Almondeyez.
we had some young people watching us. Normally, I don't have people under 24 watching me. We had like under 18 people, like about 5%.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay. Shout out to the millennials, the young Zoomers rather. The young Zoomers was watching us. But
well, I brought 2 of them in for you on that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I
welcome.
know sometimes my kids' friends watch me every now and then. A lot of them was watching me on like TikTok and on Instagram. Many of them and on Facebook. They don't. The young people don't really do Zoom, YouTube like us older people do.
Yeah.
But we breaking down barriers. Like I said, public service announcement. Almondeyez is over 1,000K. Make sure y'all keep hitting that like button, subscribing to Almondeyez 78, smashing that bell. Pretty soon y'all gonna be able to send super chats. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. So that way we can keep growing this space. And we growing it organically because we want soldiers over here. We want real fucking conversation where we can get to solutions. We don't want to just create an echo chamber of problems and like everybody else is doing, and it's the same argument over and over and over. We want to actually move to some solutions. Here's what you can do. Right or wrong, we may be wrong, but at least we give you a direction you can take action in. It's actionable advice we can give you. We don't want to just do what everybody else.
Can I give a little advice here? On one thing. Like I said, at 18 years old, I ran for an office. I only lost by 15 votes. Get out, get to know your neighbors, get to know your people, get to know people all around you. Let them see your face, let them talk to you, and run for office.
Gotta participate in the system. Ain't that what I said?
Right.
You gotta participate. You want it to work for you, you gotta participate.
And even though I lost by them 15 votes, guess what? My voice started getting heard when I went to council meetings. My voice started getting heard when I went to a governor's meeting. My voice got heard by the lieutenant governor of Missouri. He actually took the time to come and down to West Plains and talk to me personally because he wanted to know what was going on with the constituents. That's how you do it.
Gotta be involved. You gotta participate, people. That way we can stop saying they and we can start saying me. Us. We. A good place to start with and I'm gonna give him a solution, Derek. Make sure you subscribe to the Onyx Report. You can Google that. Right, I think it's up to the 19-point blackmail agenda. That's Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. That's BGS Ibmore. That's Green Gorilla. And they've been doing a lot of things up in Tennessee. They've been doing a lot of political stuff up in Tennessee, up in that area where you are anyway, up there in the Midwest. So definitely reach out. You can subscribe to all of those. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson.
What was that channel that you said that's doing stuff here in Tennessee?
BGS Ibmore.
BGSN what?
Bravo George Indigo Ibmore. IBMO. And then Dr. Hassan Johnson. Doc is great. Doc is amazing. Like if you want to have real deep political type discussions, educational, he's a professor out there in California and he teaches black male studies. He's an author as well. Very personable. I talk to him behind the scenes a lot. Doc is great. So yeah, man, use these tools. Doctor, and tell Doc I sent you. He knows the people's champ. Everybody know the champ.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to know that we're talking about here in Tennessee, that's where I live, is here in Tennessee.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown is right next door, and he's in Memphis.
Yep.
Judge Joe Brown, he got a channel. He's on the Real Dana. You'll see Judge Joe Brown. He's active up there in Tennessee. So yeah, it's a lot of people doing things. We just got to participate. We got to participate. And we got to stop letting people lie to us. You got to speak truth to lies and not just sit back. You know, you hear somebody lie, speak to that shit. Well, a lot of times we get quiet and don't say nothing. Well, I'm going to just let them think what they want. They write their opinion. No, bullshit. That's a lie. That's conjecture. If you go in court talking that crap, they'll hold you in contempt.
Yep.
So why we allow it in our real lives? People just flat out lying to your face. They out here printing money. What he said? Printing. My man said in the chat, half the money was printed. I'm still waiting on that. I want that link. And you can email it to me if you need to. You can send that to vbenisrael@gmail.com. Please send me that information. I would love to read that. I mean that sincerely. I wouldn't ask if I mean, I don't just tell people to send me stuff for the hell of it. I very rarely give out my email. But I'm very interested in that. But you got brothers out here doing stuff, man. You got brothers out here doing stuff. And but we're at the grass levels right now. This is grassroots. And that's what the manosphere has been beautiful, where brothers is coming together and starting to communicate and work with each other. And when I say brothers, I'm not even just talking about all black people. Again, Red Illusion was on here last night. He's white.
He's still on here now.
Is white.
Hell, I'm red. I'm red.
No, I said Red Illusion. That was the guy that was on here last night with us.
No, I said I'm red. I'm a red man. I'm Native American. I'm red. Yeah. That's
so,
what
we get a variety of people, you know, and we have the real honest conversations with them. You know, good fences make good neighbors. Shout out to Obsidian for that one. You know, good fences make good neighbors. And that's what the Republican Party was about. They don't want to be all up in your house, you know. We just want to make sure everybody playing by the same rules. That's it. We don't want all of this entitlement crap and diversity, inclusion bullshit, you know. And we see it ain't getting us nowhere. It don't work.
Yep.
It doesn't work.
Not at all.
Everywhere that's happened across the country, it's been a shit show. Tiffany Hayward up there in Dalton, Illinois.
Yep.
You got Fannie Willis, American Pie Weed down there in Atlanta. We just got rid of Suge Knight, Judge Earl Glenville, whatever his name was.
Yeah, Krista Peterson and threw her ass out.
You know, I mean, we tired of
look at how well inclusions work. Bud Light went bankrupt for
Messing
inclusion.
around. You're right, messing around.
Disney's what last 17 movies have failed and flopped right on their faces for inclusion. You know, I mean, and you know, these there you can look at it. It is a failed ideology.
It don't work.
Yeah.
And it's going to get somebody hurt. Because we out here telling people they could do things that they can't do. You know, that's dangerous.
Well, I can tell you now, not too long ago, it did get one person hurt that was claiming to be transgender and walked into a girl's bathroom because they allowed it to happen. And the dad went in there and yanked him out and beat him, beat him all over the place.
Daddy went ham.
So it's already happening. Getting people hurt. And I don't blame that dad. Do you want someone that's a fully intact male going into your daughter's bathroom stall? I know I wouldn't.
I got 2 daughters. I ain't happy.
Yeah.
I'm not having it. But we got to be honest about what kind of future. We can't do nothing about the past. Fuck civil rights. Civil rights was a failed experiment. Civil rights didn't do shit. We lost during civil rights. But you got all of these civil rights era ninjas that's still walking around acting like that was a success. It wasn't a success. It was a failure. We lost more than we gained. And we got to start being honest about that. We were better off before civil rights. We were better off.
Well, it seemed like you had a lot more if you go look back at the history.
Of course you did.
I mean, just saying.
It ain't even like it seems. We can measure that.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a select few who benefited from it, and they sold out and got political positions and clergy positions, and they've been passing that around their little circle ever since. But outside of that group of people, the rest of us, it didn't do nothing for us. We lost. And we had great cities around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Too much micromanaging. That's what that was. You got to let people organically work shit out. You got to stop trying to police the world as Americans. We want to police civilizations that have been here thousands of years, and we ain't been here but a couple hundred. Who the hell do we think we are? As Americans, who do we think we are? Mind your business sometime. Take care of home. Let's make America great. And stop financing the world, and they're coming over here competing against us.
Thanks.
That makes no sense to me.
Okay, y'all, we coming up on the 2 o'clock hour. We gonna watch these videos because y'all know I got to go to the white man job.
You gotta go see Mr. Cartwright?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, let's see what's going on with what the black men had to say.
Run it.
Representative John James from Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
From Michigan.
Uh-oh.
Good evening, Wisconsin. Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Oh, in seriousness,
attack a country. Be easy.
Didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another
West Point grad
who did a great job. Our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are two great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family. I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never, never. Even though we have market blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire unit. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years.
Damn. He bringing that heat.
That was fire. That was fire.
He bringing that heat.
They're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats are trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America is the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart, America is the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
What y'all think?
He brought some fire there.
He did. He said they done got more in 4 days than we got in 400 years. I said, damn.
That right there was just straight up fire, man. And you know what? That's freaking truth.
And I'm going to tell y'all what the
Democrats are going to say. They were lying. They were lying. It was all lies. That's what they're going to say. Watch tomorrow, y'all. And when you hear it, you're going to laugh. You're going to be like, Viva and Israel told me they was going to do this.
You know, that's what they do.
Watch. You got to watch.
Yep. But you're right. It's going to be all them saying, yep, lie, 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 lie. Oh, we didn't give them nothing. They just came here. And we had to give them a little help.
They're staying in luxury hotels because they had the money, right? Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What I thought was hilarious was they were all for them, the illegals coming, And then when they sent them to their front door, they had to get rid of them immediately.
Well, they tried to keep them there, but they, especially in New York, and
no, I'm talking about when they send them to Martha's Vineyard.
Hell yeah, it was like, oh no, you signed up so much. You was a sanctuary city, so don't be, no.
Yeah, we don't want you here. We want you here, but we don't want you here.
Right up there. That's what you said you was gonna take care of. Let's get it.
Yeah, we want you over there. We don't want you over here. We want you over there.
Right.
Yeah, we can't go to Martha's Vineyard. Shit. They look at us crazy.
I know.
For real.
Derek got quiet.
Yeah, he said he had to take care of something. He's got us on mute, but he's still hanging around.
He got a meet.
He said he got us on mute. He had to take care of it real quick.
I'm still here. I haven't started on that yet. But I like what dude said. He was talking about some of the same stuff I was questioning.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I called you out just now. He answered your question. He's in Detroit. He's in Michigan.
Yeah, I know they hit hard up there too.
Yeah, Detroit. But there's a lot of opportunity up there for investment. I mean, if I had the money, I'd be buying up every damn thing up in Detroit, man. As cheap as them houses are right now.
No, they ain't cheap no damn more. Them houses high as hell. They have surpassed Atlanta.
Oh shit.
Them houses high as fuck. Yeah, you ain't buying nothing up there.
Damn, never mind.
Yeah, they got them Charlotte prices now.
Yeah, come on.
Somebody knows something about to go down.
You can't get nothing. Yeah, there's the people coming. Some corporations and stuff, you know what I'm saying, buying up, you know what I'm saying, blocks at a time.
Well,
yeah, I did hear about them corporations buying up houses and stuff.
Yeah, that happened after Obama's administration. He made a deal after the robo foreclosures wiped everybody out. Him and Biden made a deal last minute to bail the banks out. Now he was supposed to make all of the people whole who lost their houses. They gave us the middle finger on the way out the door, and they bailed the banks out. And then they started allowing the corporations to come in and buy houses. Now we have that here in Charlotte now. That's why they building so many apartments here now, because all of that property they got bought during the last recession when Obama was in office.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they have migrated their way up to Detroit with all of that, and get them. Them houses high now.
I'm telling you, these apartments, they're empty. They're just steady building them, and they're empty. 70% of them are empty because nobody
just down the road from me right now. They just brought up a whole bunch of freaking land, and they're building houses all over it, and no one's in them yet. Just saying.
They're building apartments here with over stores, and they 2-bedroom. They got a 2-bedroom apartment in Avondale. That's one of the hoods here, and they want like between $800 and $900 a month. I said, for what? What?
You barely can rent a bedroom for $800 a year. A bedroom.
Well, look at the cheapest apartment known to man in New York. Okay, it's literally 4 foot wide, 6 foot tall, and 7 foot deep, and they want $1,200 for that a month.
Yeah, New York. People have been fleeing New York for decades. I mean, New York and New York City rather, and in northern New Jersey is outrageous. It's flipping outrageous. Can't survive there no more. So that's why a lot of people fled out of that area down south into Atlanta, into Pennsylvania, into Charlotte, into Raleigh. You know, they just head south.
Heck, well, right now, what we got a massive influx of here in Tennessee is Californians, because can't afford to live in California no more.
Ain't that the truth?
I could imagine. I know Arizona is catching a lot of that California people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's why I tell people, if you get some money to get you some land, I mean some real land, even if you're just gonna sit on it, especially if that land is in a path of growth, just
get that in Arizona.
Buy it, just sit on it. Sit yourself on some acres instead of buying all of these BBLs and girls trips and going to Mexico 20 times a year. Buy yourself an acre of land. Listen to your boy. Listen to your boy. Listen to the People's Champ. Oh, we were talking about finances. That's what Derek was talking about. I'm working on a book right now called The Young Man's Money Plan. You can apply this to your daughter as well. And what I recommend, whoever you bank with, and I'm assuming you bank with one of the major banks, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, those kind of banks. They all, by being a member of that bank, you have access to free financial counseling. Most Black people don't know this. Most poor people don't know this. Go into that bank, talk to your financial advisor, and let them put you on a plan. Let them put you on it's a free service that you're already entitled to. Utilize it. Utilize it. We got to start working on our credit. I mean, you got so many credit tools today. Credit Karma is excellent. Credit Karma is an excellent tool. You got what is it? ScoreMaster is another one. ScoreMaster.com. We got to start utilizing these tools and learning how to use credit smartly and effectively. You know what I mean? I mean, we use our debit cards for everything, and when you could be getting points and rewards and extra benefits on your credit card and paying it off right away. It's the same amount of money. You're just using a different card. But we weren't taught these things as poor people, but the information is there. So we got to start educating ourselves. You got plenty of YouTubers who are very good in giving you a lot of financial advice. Anton Daniels, right? The millionaire
mindset.
Right? He got a couple of shows. Follow
Millionaire, what's his thing? Millionaire Money Plan. Yeah, y'all better get on it.
So it's a lot of people. Stop sending our kids to school, and we need to start exploring alternative education. We sending our kids to college where 70% of them drop out anyway. And the 30% that graduate, they go into basic ass jobs. So they racking up a bunch of debt to go work at Walmart, to work at a call center. The average salary for a Black woman in this country is $36,000 a year.
Yep.
Facts.
It's going down.
Facts. So all of that nonsense, Black women are running circles around Black men. Bullshit. The numbers don't lie.
Exactly, Crystal. Learn a trade. Exactly.
$36,000 a year is $15 an hour plus a little bit of overtime.
And that's the average. So that means not everywhere you making it. Some making less.
What did I just tell y'all the other night? I told y'all my son at 15 is making $11. I mean, what are we talking about here? We got to start getting understanding finances. Everybody likes to talk, I'm chasing a bag. First of all, y'all
you chasing it, but you ain't caught it.
You sound stupid. Who the hell gets paid in a bag but strippers?
Right.
Well, no, because they have to put their money in the bag after they collect it.
Well, that's my point. The rest of us get paid by direct deposit. I want direct deposit.
Because when I tell you I'm waiting on mine,
I want some ACH. Okay.
When I tell you,
fuck chasing a bag.
Yeah, y'all
By
need
the way,
cash out the super chat something. We over here struggling. Listen.
by the way, you all, Crystal and you, Almond, both said learn a trade. If you remember right, before the pandemic hit, Trump was very much on saying we need to get trade schools going again.
Exactly. Bring it back. Bring vocation back to the high school. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean,
he sure was.
It's going to be big in the next 5 years is delivery service, logistics, expediting. Truck driving is always high.
Exactly.
Truck
Always.
In less than a month, a man or a woman. And truck drivers, you got truck drivers out here making $200,000 a year.
Legit.
I got 2 cousins driving trucks right now. One, my cousin up there in Cleveland, Milt, is up there in Cleveland, and my cousin Keith, he's outside of Maryland. He outside of DC in Maryland. He just got on permanently with the post office.
Okay.
Shout out to Keith. And I mean, him and his wife, they bought a house. She works for the government. She's up there with Amberly. They just bought a house 2 years ago. Nice swimming pool, beautiful brick house, fireplace. That's how you do it. The Bible tells you 2 is always better than 1. Why? Because you get a good reward for your labor. And if one should fall, the other can pick you up.
Yep.
All that single mama bull crap that the black church has been pushing, it ain't in the Bible. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy. Bible always tell you gotta have 2. You gotta have 2. Always.
As a matter of fact, if you look at the vows, what's it say? For better or worse.
Yeah, don't get me started on that. My wife didn't believe in that. When things got worse, she got the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah. Well, the reason though for better for worse is it goes with the Bible with what you just said.
Yeah, no doubt. I was just being funny. I was taking a shot at my ex-wife.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to get away from. I wanted to get away from the more personal area. I didn't know where they could go.
I had a stroke, and that's when she
sometimes.
decided to leave. She decided to leave in the middle of the stroke.
That's shitty shit right there.
And I lost my eyesight, and I had to go on dialysis. She said, "Fuck you." Okay, bye.
All right, y'all.
But I mean,
let's
that last
not take that show. We got it's 2:15. We got one more, and then I'm gonna shut it down for the night. Y'all can keep going.
I'm gonna shut it down too. I ain't doing.
And then I'm gonna save Byron for tomorrow. Because I got some questions.
Did I hit 500 yet?
Huh?
Did I hit 500 yet?
Oh no, let me look. You still need them 5.
Come on, people. Now, I need 5 more, man, before we wrap this thing up tonight, man. Please, y'all, help your boy out. Help your boy. I do this for y'all, man. I do this for y'all. And a lot goes into it. Me and Almondeyez be working. Y'all think we just get on here late at night? We started working early this morning when I texted her about what was going on, and she was already in doing some research. So we put a lot of work in this to bring y'all a different form of content that other people aren't really doing. So help support your interests, because we generally do this for y'all. You don't have a lot of channels like our channels. Most of these channels are just clones of themselves, the Fight Clubs, the Lapeef networks, and the BMUs, and all that bull crap. But anyway, go ahead and play the video before I get started on the ninjas.
All right, hold on. What in the world? We gonna end this on Sam. We got Sambo in the house, otherwise known as Tim Scott. We're gonna see what he got to say. So far, of the speeches we've seen on the replay, he looks like he's gonna have the longest one. But let's see what he's talking about.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Thank you so much.
Shoot, y'all can't sing, my bad.
Hello, Milwaukee! Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better.
I say amen to that.
We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood.
Okay.
Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you are looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones
for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting, disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a Black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
All right.
Gage for 5 minutes. Admiral Harris.
What y'all think?
I got to agree with a lot of what he was saying. I hope that Trump doesn't have the roadblock that he did when he was in his last presidency, so he can make the future at least 40 years in advance for this nation.
True.
He had such bad roadblocks in his last presidency that he wasn't able to secure us for a very long distance, and that's why Biden was able to destroy it as soon as he walked into office.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he walked in, he rolled back all that Trump did, also started shutting down pipelines and all of this. The roadblocks that Trump had, he couldn't secure that, unfortunately. Hopefully, this time around, he don't have those roadblocks and he can secure it.
All right. What you think, Derek?
You, Derek.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I see that. Thing was V Ben.
Well, what you think, V?
I mean, I think it was a consistent message for all of them, all of the speakers tonight. I mean, it's basically things I've been saying the whole time. So, I mean, you know, I'm definitely in agreement.
I'm curious. I'm interested to see what the Democrats are going to say at their convention. What is going to be the theme of their convention? Assuming this man even makes it there, he might drop dead tomorrow. We don't know. I mean,
Oh God, we're in trouble if he does.
I ain't wishing that on him, but I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
If you think we got it bad with Biden, wait until if he does.
I barely can hear you.
Here, is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I accidentally had my microphone covered. You think we have it bad with Biden? Wait until if he passes tomorrow and cackling Kamala takes over, you're gonna see a country fell almost overnight.
Well, that's what the Democratic
that stock market gonna be a whole fool.
That's what the Democratic donors were saying. They definitely don't want her, and they don't want him on the top of. They don't want either one of them on the top of the ticket. Either one of them. So they're withholding $90 million.
I think it's more than that. I think I read somewhere.
More. So it's gonna end up being more, but that was just the first word I heard this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been pumping him so full of drugs this weekend just to get him doing these little 3-minute speeches every 15 minutes that he was doing. Like, if you don't go sit your ass down, Grandpa, get you a Nutri-Drink or Ensure or whatever the hell they got him drinking. Did I get my flowers?
Most likely stem cell research shots.
They giving him some damn something that's working immediate, some steroids, some damn radiation.
Well, you need 4.
They got stem cell stuff that can make you bounce off the walls in a matter of 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's that stuff we ain't getting.
Yep. I've gotten into looking into that research, all that. They got a drug right now that if they hit you with it, you will bounce off the walls for a week and not even sleep.
Well, he may have been getting some of that crack from his son. You know how that go.
Damn.
Well, that might be true too. He might be.
You know, man. Yeah. Him and Hunter might have did a little bowl and shit. You know, we don't know. We do not know.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna leave y'all with this question. We gonna we'll see what y'all answers gonna be tomorrow. All right. So, given what we have seen, good night, Crystal. Appreciate you stopping by. Definitely be sure to come back tomorrow as we are going to continue with our coverage. But question.
Well, I ain't really got a question. I got a statement.
Okay, go ahead with your statement because I got the question, but go ahead with your statement.
Okay, I apologize.
Oh no, you're all right.
I just want to make this statement. I really do appreciate y'all letting me be up here because you have expanded my view on certain things, especially tonight, more so tonight than even last night. Because it's like I got a half a picture and then you gave me the full picture, and then I appreciate that.
Oh,
and I appreciate that you do that. So I appreciate you. And it's easier for me to talk than it is to type. Okay, I got a messed up hand, so it's easier for me to talk than it is to type. So that's why I appreciate you allowing me to be up here to talk with you.
Well, thank you for coming. We appreciate you stopping by. Definitely come back tomorrow, but this is what I want to
yes, please come back.
Yeah, think about for tomorrow. So with what we have seen tonight from night one of the convention, do you think that the message is being received by Black people? And if so, who's receiving it more, the Black men or Black women? Think about that. And we'll get into that, see what your answers are going to be tomorrow. Guys, again, I do appreciate we do appreciate each and every one of you stopping by, subscribing, commenting in the chat, just being participants. Like V said earlier, we're just trying to give you a different type of content, but information all at the same time. Again, we will be back tomorrow, probably tomorrow afternoon. My plan is to actually get some daytime coverage in as well.
Yeah, we got to catch up on the court cases.
Yeah, well, they still got to reassign Lil Woody and all of that, so we don't know when that's gonna start back.
Shout out to Lil Woody, y'all. Shout out to Lil Woody. Huh?
They need to just go ahead and throw the whole thing out of. But
I don't recall. She fired.
Right. Yeah. Woody was like, he didn't know nothing, and we're gonna keep it at that. Woody didn't know nothing. They had no business up there with no representation. That's a whole nother story. But again, guys, thank you for stopping by. We truly appreciate you guys. We will see y'all. Well, if you're on the East Coast, we'll see y'all in about 11 hours or so. For day 2 of the 2024 Republican National Convention. Until then, you guys get some rest, take care, and we'll see y'all in a little bit. Bye.